Chapter 878. The first request is that you cripple your own cultivation. As soon as Huang Daniu spoke, it was like a rock shattering the heavens, and it caused the expressions of everyone present besides Duan Lingtian to go grim. Never had they imagined that Huang Daniu would actually put forward such an absurd request. Asking a woodpeak elder to cripple his own cultivation, isn't this a joke? What? You're unwilling. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sneer when he saw He Gang's expression go grim. Don't forget that Daniu and I were almost killed by you earlier. Now, we don't want your life as well, and we only want your cultivation, and we can already be considered to be extremely benevolent to you. The surrounding woodpeak disciples were speechless when they heard Duan Lingtian. Can this be called benevolent? He Gang, an elder of the woodpeak, an existence at the 6th level of the void transformation stage. His cultivation was something that he'd experienced most of his lifetime of cultivation and accumulation. Once it was crippled, it was obvious that he would surely suffer a fate worse than death. Duan Lingtian, don't go too far. Luo Chen, who'd always maintained silence, finally couldn't refrain himself from shouting out in a grim voice. Luo Chen, shut your stinking mouth. It isn't your turn to speak now. Believe it or not, Daniu and I will leave the woodpeak right away if you dare speak another word of nonsense. Duan Lingtian glanced coldly and indifferently at Luo Chen as he spoke with a low voice. Duan Lingtian's intentions are my intentions. Huang Daniu chimed in. Bastard, shut up. He Gang's face sank as he berated, if you dare say another word. Today, I, as your master, will personally end your life. Luo Chen's expression was unsightly, yet he didn't dare speak another word. He knew his master's temper extremely well, and his master would absolutely do as he said. Little fellow. Yang Ling looked at Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu as he frowned. Can the both of you change your request? Elder, he is a pillar of our woodpeak after all, both of you. Elder Yang, Daniu and I didn't insist on making him cripple his own cultivation, Duan Lingtian bluntly interrupted Yang Ling and spoke indifferently. That's good. Yang Ling was not angry because Duan Lingtian interrupted him. Instead, he heaved a sigh of relief. But if he doesn't satisfy our request, then we'll leave the woodpeak right away. Duan Lingtian finished what he was about to say. For a time, Yang Ling's expression changed greatly. He never expected that Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu would be so stubborn. From their words, it seemed that they would only stop after He Gang's cultivation was crippled. However, on second thought, he felt relieved. According to Duan Lingtian's words, they had almost died in He Gang's hands. Putting himself in her shoes, such a request wasn't too much. Yang Ling's current thoughts were exactly the thoughts of the surrounding group of woodpeak disciples. After they were shocked by Huang Daniu's request, they immediately recalled what happened earlier and couldn't help but feel relieved. If they were in Huang Daniu's position, they would have made the same decision. Daniu, looks like elder he still hasn't made his decision. Let's go. Duan Lingtian glanced at He Gang, whose expression was changing ceaselessly, and he shook his head before calling out to Huang Daniu and intending to leave. Wait. Right when Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu intended to leave, He Gang finally spoke out, and he seemed to have instantly aged by over 10 years. After all is said and done, even though the matter today was caused by this rascal of mine, I myself can't escape the blame. So, I apologize to both of you once more. He Gang bowed once more to Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu, yet the latter only looked at him coldly and indifferently. Bang! Right at this moment, He Gang moved, and he struck out like a bolt of lightning to descend onto his dantian. Whoosh! In the next moment, vast origin energy that was almost liquid gushed out from He Gang's dantian, and it charged into the sky in the blink of an eye before vanishing. As for He Gang himself, his face was ghastly pale as his body fell down. Without his cultivation, he already didn't have the ability to continue flying in the sky. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, and it was swift to the point most of the people present were unable to react to it. Alas! Yang Ling sighed, and with a raise of his hand, a shapeless force swept out to support He Gang, whose cultivation had been crippled, allowing him to avoid falling to his death. You, take Elder He to rest. Yang Ling looked at a Woodpeak disciple. Yes, Elder Yang. The Woodpeak disciple that was called out replied respectfully before leaving with He Gang. Meanwhile, everyone including Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu had recovered from their shock, yet their faces were covered in shock. Obviously, they'd never imagined that He Gang would really do that. This He Gang really dares to take responsibility for his actions. He crippled his cultivation at the 6th level of the void transformation stage just like that without the slightest hesitation. I have to admit that he's a qualified Woodpeak elder. The hatred in Duan Lingtian's eyes vanished and was replaced by admiration. A 6th level void transformation stage martial artist was willing to cripple his own cultivation for the sake of the Woodpeak's future. Just this alone was enough to earn his respect. But unfortunately, his judgment was too bad and took a selfish disciple that destroyed his entire life. Huang Daniu's eyes flashed as he spoke slowly. Master. Right at this moment, Luo Chen, who stood in the distance, cried out sorrowfully, and then his figure flashed out to swiftly pursue towards the direction He Gang left towards. Want to leave? Luo Chen had just moved when Huang Daniu, who'd always been staring at him, chased after him. With Huang Daniu's strength, he caught up to Luo Chen in the blink of an eye and stopped Luo Chen. Luo Chen's face sank when he saw Huang Daniu appear before him, and then he looked at Yang Ling. Elder Yang, my master is old, and his cultivation has even been crippled now. I want to go take care of him. At this moment, Luo Chen played the emotional card. He knew clearly in his heart that after his master crippled his own cultivation to satisfy Huang Daniu's first request, Huang Daniu would surely raise a second request. He didn't even have to think about the second request to be able to guess that it was related to him. So he only wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. But unfortunately, he'd just moved when he was stopped by Huang Daniu. Humph. Yang Ling grunted coldly when he heard Luo Chen, and his wise eyes stared at Luo Chen as if they could see through everything. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. How could a selfish person like you really be concerned about Elder He? Little fellow, what's your second request? Yang Ling glanced at Huang Daniu, and then he looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, speak. Huang Daniu chuckled as he spoke to Duan Lingtian. At the same time, his eyes stared fixedly at Luo Chen, and he seemed like a hunter that had set his eyes on his prey. The second request of Daniu and I is very simple. This Luo Chen can choose one of us to have a life and death battle with. If he's able to persist for 3 breaths of time, then we'll let bygones be bygones and stay in the Woodpeak. Even if he's killed by the person we choose within 3 breaths of time, we'll still stay in the Woodpeak and represent the Woodpeak to participate in the Battle of the 5 Peaks and fight for glory for the Woodpeak. Duan Lingtian's words were spoken resolutely and powerfully. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's words were like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples, and it caused the surrounding crowd of Woodpeak disciples to be unable to refrain from going into an uproar. The time of 3 breaths. Aren't they underestimating Luo Chen too much? If Luo Chen and Huang Daniu were to fight, then perhaps Luo Chen wouldn't be able to persist for 3 breaths of time. But now, they're asking Luo Chen to choose one of them to carry out a life and death battle with. In this way, the variable is great. If Luo Chen chooses Duan Lingtian, then I presume he'll be able to persist for 3 breaths of time. For a time, most of the Woodpeak disciples thought that Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu intended to let Luo Chen off. Only Yang Ling, Ku Zheng, and Chen Wei, who were clearly aware of Duan Lingtian's strength, knew of this. Duan Lingtian's strength far surpassed Huang Daniu, and if he wanted to kill Luo Chen, it probably wouldn't even take the time of a single breath. All right. I agree to your requests. After he heard Duan Lingtian's second request, Luo Chen, whose expression changed ceaselessly, gritted his teeth and agreed in the end. Elder Yang, I hope you can bear witness to the agreement between me and them. Luo Chen looked at Duan Lingtian, and his words seemed to be extremely afraid that Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu would go back on their word. You choose any one of them to carry out that life and death battle with. So long as you're able to persist for 3 breaths of time, then I guarantee your safety. Yang Ling didn't refuse and agreed. Of course, he knew that these words of his were unnecessary because it was impossible for Luo Chen to persist for 3 breaths of time at the hands of Duan Lingtian or Huang Daniu. Wind blew by slowly, and it carried traces of coldness mixed within. High above in the sky, the crowd of spectating Wood Peak disciples stared fixedly at Luo Chen. Even though they were mentally prepared and guessed that Luo Chen would surely choose Duan Lingtian, they still felt slight anticipation when Luo Chen was about to make his choice. Duan Lingtian. Just as most of the Wood Peak disciples had thought, Luo Chen's gaze had locked onto Duan Lingtian, and he'd taken Duan Lingtian to be a soft persimmon. When he saw Luo Chen choose Duan Lingtian, Huang Daniu revealed a smile of having succeeded in his scheme. This Luo Chen actually dares challenge Duan Lingtian. He's truly courting death. Presently, Huang Daniu seemed to have completely forgotten that even if Luo Chen didn't choose Duan Lingtian and chose him, Luo Chen would similarly be unable to escape death. After a short moment, 2 people stood in confrontation within the encirclement of the crowd of Wood Peak disciples. Duan Lingtian, Luo Chen. Luo Chen stood in midair and withdrew his spirit weapon at the first possible moment. It was a grade 3 spirit sword that flowed with flowing lights, and he seemed to be seeking a sense of security because of this. Now, he stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian as his breathing became hurried, and cold sweat started to appear on his forehead as he was extremely perturbed. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian stood there silently without moving like a mountain. From the beginning until the end, he didn't look Luo Chen in the eye, and his absent-minded gaze didn't seem as if he was undergoing a life and death battle in the slightest, and he seemed as if he was staring blankly. Humiliation. Undisguised humiliation. Duan Lingtian's attitude caused Luo Chen's rage to rise, and he tightened his grip on the grade 3 spirit sword in his hand as he prepared to attack at any moment. Today, the Wood Peak disciples Duan Lingtian and Luo Chen are undergoing a life and death battle. The sect won't pursue the responsibility of any one of them that dies. All the Wood Peak disciples present are witnesses. Chapter 879. As soon as Yang Ling finished speaking, Luo Chen moved and chose to gain the initiative by striking first. Swish! Luo Chen's figure was like a swimming dragon as he shot towards Duan Lingtian, and the grade 3 spirit sword in his hand tore through the sky and emitted waves of ear-piercing sword howls. Swimming dragon sword technique. When Luo Chen struck out with his sword, the sword in his hand seemed to have perfectly coordinated with his body. If it was said that his body was like the body of a dragon, then the sword in his hand was the dragon claw. The sharp dragon claw tore through the sky without the slightest mercy as it clawed towards Duan Lingtian. When facing Luo Chen's sword strike that approached menacingly, Duan Lingtian lazily stretched his body before yawning lazily. The surrounding crowd of Wood Peak disciples were speechless when they saw this scene. Perhaps Luo Chen's strength was inferior to Duan Lingtian, yet it wasn't much inferior. As far as they were concerned, Duan Lingtian was too careless, and he was probably going to suffer a loss. After all, Duan Lingtian hadn't even withdrawn his spirit weapon now. Whoosh! Right at the same time that Luo Chen flashed towards Duan Lingtian with his sword, 140 ancient horned dragon silhouettes dashed out from the sky with imposing auras that shot into the sky like rainbows as they bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced towards Duan Lingtian. 1,000 illusions. When he saw Luo Chen and his sword were only a foot away from him, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force that he'd accumulated since long ago entered into the soul brand in the depths of his soul before directly executing his soul skill. An illusory space appeared and enveloped an area of a few tens of meters around Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Luo Chen just happened to be within the area enveloped by the illusory space. Whirlwind. When facing Luo Chen's sword strike that approached menacingly, Duan Lingtian flashed to the side. Subsequently, the spectating crowd of Wood Peak disciples were shocked to the point their eyes stared wide open, and some even gaped in astonishment and were unable to close their mouths for a long time. All of this was because they'd seen a scene that they were unable to forget in their entire lifetimes. They could clearly see that when Duan Lingtian dodged to the side, Duan Lingtian's figure flashed to the side. Logically speaking, Luo Chen, whose strength was far superior to theirs, seemed as if he hadn't noticed at all. He continued to stab towards Duan Lingtian with his sword. His sharp gaze was fixed on the air in front of him, as if Duan Lingtian was still there. What is Luo Chen doing? Is he blind? Didn't you see that Duan Lingtian had already dodged to the side? If he doesn't stop now, his back will be completely exposed to Duan Lingtian. The scene before their eyes caused the crowd of Wood Peak disciples to be stunned, and they were unable to understand why Luo Chen would make such an obvious mistake. Only the few people who knew Duan Lingtian well knew why Luo Chen acted like this. Luo Chen did not make a mistake. It was to the extent that in that world in Luo Chen's eyes, Duan Lingtian had not dodged at all. That was why he was able to charge forward and strike with his sword. Whoosh! With a raise of his hand, Duan Lingtian, who dodged to the side, raged with origin energy, and then it transformed into strands of piercingly cold strong winds that coiled around his palm and ceaselessly converged together. In the sky above him, the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth gradually condensed into form. First, 70 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared, and then another 40 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared. A total of 110 ancient horned dragon silhouettes spiraled down as if they were displaying Duan Lingtian's current strength. 5th level of the Void Interpretation Stage. 3rd level Intermediate Wind Concept. It's over. Luo Chen is finished. When they saw Luo Chen still hadn't noticed Duan Lingtian, and his momentum of charging forward didn't change from the beginning to the end as he stabbed towards the spot Duan Lingtian stood earlier, many Wood Peak disciples sighed. Swish! Luo Chen charged out with his sword and flashed past Duan Lingtian, causing his back to be completely exposed before Duan Lingtian's eyes. Duan Lingtian's palm that had been accumulating force since long ago suddenly shook the sky, and it was accompanied by a wave of oppressive sounds of air exploding as it fiercely descended onto Luo Chen's back. Bang! An enormous bang sounded out as Luo Chen was blasted flying by Duan Lingtian's palm strike, and he was barely able to stop himself after repeatedly spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood. Who is it? Luo Chen hurriedly turned around, and with a single glance, he saw Duan Lingtian that stood there, and his face couldn't help but go grim. You! Why are you there? Aren't you already dead? Luo Chen seemed as if he'd seen a ghost as he looked at Duan Lingtian who stood before him. Earlier, the sword in his hand had clearly pierced Duan Lingtian's chest and killed Duan Lingtian. But right when he was feeling extremely excited from his success, he felt a vast force come from behind him, and it descended onto his body and heavily injured him as he was blasted flying. Originally, he thought it was Huang Daniu that was unwilling to accept the fact that Duan Lingtian had been killed, so Huang Daniu launched a surprise attack against him. But when he turned around, he instead noticed an extremely terrifying thing to his astonishment. The Duan Lingtian that ought to have been killed by him was actually standing completely unharmed before him, and this caused him to be slightly unable to accept it. I'm already dead. Duan Lingtian sneered when facing Luo Chen, who was struck with panic. Do you think you're capable of killing me? Earlier, he'd utilized his soul skill, 1,000 illusions, to confuse Luo Chen and make Luo Chen kill the him that was created within the illusory space because he wanted Luo Chen to deliver himself to him. Everything that happened after that was within his control. After he heavily injured Luo Chen, he withdrew his soul skill, 1,000 illusions, and exposed his true self before Luo Chen. Luo Chen naturally seemed as if he'd seen a ghost when he saw Chen Shi was still alive. After all, Luo Chen had already killed the him that was created within the illusory space, and Luo Chen was utterly unaware of the existence of the illusory space. Impossible. How could this be possible? How could such a thing have occurred? Impossible, impossible. Luo Chen's gaze was dumbstruck as he ceaselessly shook his head, and he was slightly hysterical. There's another breath of time. Right at this moment, Yang Ling's voice sounded out. The gazes of the surrounding crowd of Wood Peak disciples lit up as they stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian and Luo Chen, and all of them wanted to know if Luo Chen would be able to persist for another breath of time. If he could, then he would be able to survive. If he couldn't, then he would die here. Flee. When Yang Ling's voice entered into Luo Chen's ears, it was like a talisman that hastened his death, causing him to not dare divert his attention and think of anything else, and only the thought of leaving Duan Lingtian remained. So long as he was able to endure through this final breath of time, then he would be able to survive. As for anything else, he couldn't be bothered to think about it, nor did he dare think about it. At this moment, there was only a single thought remaining in his mind: survive. But would he be able to survive? Right when Luo Chen's figure flashed with the intention of fleeing, and he was about to make a move. Whoosh! A swift violet-colored figure appeared by his side like a ghost, and it terrified him to the point his soul almost left his body. No! As he looked at Duan Lingtian, who was almost within reach, Luo Chen's face went grim, and at the same time that he shouted out explosively, the grade 3 spirit sword in his hand shook before stabbing towards Duan Lingtian. Swish! A slight sword howl had just resounded out when it stopped abruptly in the blink of an eye, and it only appeared briefly. In the next moment, all the spectators clearly saw it. A fine mark of the sword had suddenly appeared on Luo Chen's throat. After a short moment, the mark of the sword bloomed, and strands of dazzling and resplendent fresh blood gushed out freely and dyed Luo Chen's entire body red. Subsequently, Luo Chen's gaze went slack as his hand that stabbed towards Duan Lingtian stopped halfway, and then it flashed forward with a slightly reduced speed. Luo Chen's corpse that had lost all signs of life in the blink of an eye flashed out along with him. Luo Chen's corpse fell down, and it fell onto a cliff at the side of the wood peak in a short moment before transforming into a pile of mush. Silence. The scene was deathly silent. The group of Wood Peak disciples withdrew their gazes and shot tacitly at the nearby violet-clothed young man, and their gazes were filled with astonishment. Suddenly, a 1-meter-long blade had appeared in the violet-clothed young man's hand. The brief sword howl from before was precisely the sound emitted when the 1-meter-long blade in his hand flashed out. Sword drawing arts. It was the sword skill Duan Lingtian used to slit Luo Chen's throat after he arrived by Luo Chen's side like a shadow. The sword skill wasn't high grade, yet it emphasized extremely on speed. With Duan Lingtian's current strength, when he executed the sword drawing arts, his speed was swift to an astonishing extent. At the very least, amongst the people present, only Yang Ling and Ku Zheng were able to see it clearly. Even if it was Huang Daniu, who was similarly a 5th-level void interpretation stage martial artist like Duan Lingtian, he was similarly unable to capture the flash of the sword light. Whoosh! With a raise of his hand, the grade 3 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand was put away into his spatial ring. At the same time, the almost 160 ancient horned dragon silhouettes in the sky dispersed along with this, and they vanished without a trace in the blink of an eye. Duan Lingtian's sword strike earlier was so swift. Yeah. From the beginning until the end, we only heard the brief sword howl. When we reacted to it, Luo Chen was already dead. But this was also because Luo Chen was already injured. Otherwise, he might not have been caught up by Duan Lingtian. I still don't understand the injuries on Luo Chen's body. After Duan Lingtian dodged, why did he still charge forward with all his might and expose his back to Duan Lingtian? The strangest thing was that after he was heavily injured by Duan Lingtian, he actually said Duan Lingtian was already dead when he turned around to look at Duan Lingtian. His desire to excel was probably aroused to the point of hallucinating. In this way, everything makes sense. It was because of hallucinations that he exposed his back to Duan Lingtian. The crowd of Wood Peak disciples discussed animatedly, and the content of their discussion was none other than the scene of the battle between Duan Lingtian and Luo Chen earlier. Ha! Duan Lingtian, amazing. When Duan Lingtian withdrew his sword, Huang Daniu laughed loudly and gave him a thumbs up. That Luo Chen is an idiot as well. He actually dared to choose a freak like you. If he didn't choose me, could it be that he would choose you? Duan Lingtian rolled his eyes at Huang Daniu. If a fellow like you made a move, you'd probably be able to kill him in a single move. I at least allowed him to live for 2 breaths of time. Nearby, Yang Ling and Kuzheng glanced at each other and sighed. They were naturally not sighing because of Luo Chen's death, but because He Gang crippled his own cultivation. He Gang, an elder of the Wood Peak, an existence at the 6th level of the Void Transformation stage. Chapter 880. No matter what, the matter today could be considered to have come to an end. But the news of the Wood Peak's He Gang crippling his own cultivation still spread through the entire Wood Peak with an extremely swift speed, and it even spread to the other 4 peaks of the 5-element sect. For a time, practically all the members of the various peaks of the 5-element sect knew that 2 disciples that had just arrived at the Wood Peak had forced He Gang to cripple his own cultivation. Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu were completely famous. Earth Peak. Even though the Earth Peak was the shortest peak amongst the 5 peaks of the 5-element sect, it was only compared to the other 4 peaks of the 5-element sect, and when compared to the other peaks, the Earth Peak was an existence that stood out like a crane amongst chickens. The peak of the Earth Peak shot straight into the clouds, and when looked at from afar, it was utterly impossible to see clearly what was there. There was a vast platform halfway up the mountain at the side of the peak, and on the platform stood a palace that occupied a vast area. This was the Earth Peak's discussion hall. Normally, the higher-ups of the Earth Peak would come here to discuss matters. Peak Master. The travel-worn old man stood within the discussion hall, and he bowed respectfully as he looked at the middle-aged fatty that sat at the head of the table. The middle-aged fatty wore an earthen yellow robe, and his figure was short and fat, and he was only around 1.5 meters tall. Elder Tang, why have you returned? The short middle-aged fatty was precisely the peak master of the Earth Peak, Tian Gu, and his small eyes that were already mostly covered by the fat on his face had narrowed into slits, causing him to seem harmless. The old man was precisely Tang Lin that had rushed back from Settlement City, the person in charge of the Earth Peak's outpost in Settlement City. Peak Master, I've returned because I have something important to report. Tang Lin spoke respectfully. Is it related to the matter of the Wood Peak's Yang Ling returning from Settlement City? And the matter of the Wood Peak recruiting 2 young experts? Tian Gu asked indifferently. Peak Master, you know everything? Tang Lin was surprised, and then he asked with bewilderment. But, Peak Master, you said 2 young experts. According to my knowledge, the Wood Peak seems to have only recruited a single young expert that's capable. Your information is behind the times. Tian Gu shook his head. I just received news half an hour ago. Those 2 new young experts of the Wood Peak caused a great commotion as soon as they arrived at the Wood Peak. Tang Lin's eyes flashed with curiosity. They killed a prospective Wood Peak disciple with a strength comparable to Chen Wei and Luo Chen as soon as they arrived at the Wood Peak. That prospective Wood Peak disciple was brought back by the Wood Peak's He Gang. Tian Gu said. Tang Lin was shocked when he heard this. Even though he knew that the Wood Peak had recruited a young expert that could easily defeat Chen Wei, yet he never imagined that the young expert would be so audacious and cause such a great commotion as soon as he arrived at the Wood Peak. Moreover, the person he killed was someone brought back by the Wood Peak's He Gang. He Gang, an elder of the Wood Peak, was in existence at the 6th level of the Void Transformation stage just like him, and his status in the Wood Peak wasn't inferior to his status in the Earth Peak. He Gang won't let this go, right? Tang Lin's eyes flickered as he asked. He had experienced He Gang's fiery temper before. He Gang. Tian-gu sneered. Indeed, he won't give up. However, I'm afraid the outcome will be beyond your expectations. Yang Ling and Ku Zheng have appeared. When he heard Tian-hu, Tang Lin faintly realized that the two young experts that Yang Ling and Ku Zheng brought back to the Wood Peak ought to not have been harmed by He Gang. It wasn't just them that appeared. Right when He Gang wanted to kill those two young experts, all the Wood Peak disciples present had appeared and surrounded the two of them, and they didn't allow He Gang to touch a single hair on their heads. When he spoke up to hear, Tian-gu sighed. Even though the Wood Peak has declined, the unity of the Wood Peak disciples is far from something our Earth Peak disciples can compare to. When he first heard this news, the first thought that arose in Tian-gu's mind wasn't what those two young experts were like, but was instead shocked by the unity of the Wood Peak disciples. Unity was like an impregnable fortress. Was there anything they couldn't accomplish? Hiss. Tang Lin gasped when he heard this. I truly never imagined that the two people Yang Ling and Ku Zheng brought back would actually possess such a strong ability to rally. Looks like the Wood Peak disciples have taken them to be the hope of the Wood Peak. As he finished muttering, a strand of cold light flashed within Tang Lin's eyes. As a member of the Earth Peak, he naturally didn't wish for the Wood Peak to rise once more. Once the Wood Peak rose, it would mean that it was extremely likely for their Earth Peak to become the peak at the bottom once more. 20 years ago, when the Wood Peak was like the scorching sun in the midday sky, it was their Earth Peak that was at the bottom. With their strengths, they do indeed possess the qualifications to be taken to be the future hope of the Wood Peak. But, after He Gang caused such a commotion, they aroused the intention to leave the Wood Peak. Tian-gu continued. Tang Lin was first stunned when he heard this, and then his eyes lit up. Peak Master, our Earth Peak can strive to pull them over. I never imagined that He Gang would help us. Let me finish. Tian-gu was slightly displeased from being interrupted by Tang Lin, and he continued after Tang Lin shut up in embarrassment. At the critical moment, Yang Ling and Ku Zheng made an appearance. Subsequently, Tian-gu told Tang Lin everything he'd heard earlier, including the matter of the Wood Peak's elder, He Gang, being forced to cripple his own cultivation and the matter of He Gang's personal disciple, Luo Chen, being killed. What? He Gang actually agreed to their request and crippled his own cultivation. Tang Lin's pupils constricted, and his heart was filled with shock. He Gang, an existence at the 6th level of the void transformation stage, had crippled his own cultivation that he'd spent more than half his lifetime to attain because of the absurd request of two little kids. As far as he was concerned, He Gang's actions were truly stupid. But he couldn't help but admire He Gang's resolution in his heart. For the sake of the Wood Peak's unknown future and for the sake of taking responsibility for the mistake he'd made, he'd resolutely crippled his own cultivation. He Gang was worthy of respect. I didn't pay much attention to that He Gang in the past. Yet I never imagined that he would be able to do this when faced with a great matter of right and wrong. Even Tian-gu, the Peak Master of the Earth Peak, couldn't help but reveal a trace of admiration when He Gang was mentioned. After He Gang caused such a commotion, it's impossible for Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu to leave the Wood Peak and join our Earth Peak. Truly a pity. Tang Lin knew clearly in his heart that it was impossible for Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu, who'd made a promise before the two Wood Peak elders and the crowd of Wood Peak disciples, to join any of the other 4 peaks of the 5 Elements sect. Not to mention that Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu might not be willing. Even if they were willing, the Wood Peak wouldn't let the matter go. At that time, even the Peak Master of the Wood Peak would probably interfere. Even though the Wood Peak had declined, it was only limited to the decline of the younger generation. The experts of the older generation of the Wood Peak were only inferior to the number 1 peak of the 5 Elements sect, the Gold Peak. Over 20 years ago, the Peak Master of the Wood Peak was the number 2 expert of the sect that was only inferior to the sect leader of the 5 Elements sect. Even though he was injured later on, but after so many years had passed, no matter how heavy his injuries were, he ought to have recovered. During these past few years, the reason their Earth Peak, Water Peak, and Earth Peak dared to poach the Wood Peak's disciples on numerous occasions was because the Peak Master of the Wood Peak disdained to lower himself to interfere in such a trivial matter. But the matter this time wasn't a trivial matter, and it was related to the cultivation of a 6th-level void transformation stage elder of the Wood Peak. Once Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu went back on their word, then the Peak Master of the Wood Peak would probably be the first to make a move and kill them. This was something that Tang Lin didn't doubt in the slightest. I returned this time mainly for the sake of notifying you, Peak Master, about the Wood Peak recruiting a young expert. But I never imagined that not only did the Wood Peak recruit a young expert this time, it even caused such a great incident. Tang Lin sighed. Looks like I've made a trip for nothing this time. It can't be considered to be for nothing. Since you've returned this time, stay behind and guide those little fellows. The Battle of the 5 Peaks is in a few days. Tian Gu's eyes flashed with a cold light. The rise of the Wood Peak is already inevitable. But I think that no one in our Earth Peak would hope for the Earth Peak to be ranked at the bottom in the Battle of the 5 Peaks this time. Moreover, the ranking of the 5 Peaks this time is related to the quota to enter that place. It's of extraordinary significance to our Earth Peak. As he finished speaking, Tian Gu's eyes flickered with traces of burning yearning. Tang Lin nodded heavily. He naturally knew the significance of that place to the 5-element sect and the Earth Peak. Fire Peak, on a platform halfway up the mountain. 3 Fire Peak disciples were gathered together and chatting happily. Have all of you heard about the matter of the Wood Peak? Suddenly, the expression of a Fire Peak disciple became serious as he asked the other 2 people. I've heard. I truly never imagined that the Wood Peak would be able to find such outstanding young experts this time. For the sake of making those 2 young experts stay, the Wood Peak's elder, He Gang, an existence at the 6th level of the void transformation stage, even crippled his own cultivation. The Wood Peak's resolution this time is extremely great. Supposedly, those 2 young experts were brought back by the Wood Peak's Elder Yangling and Elder Kuzheng. Elder Yangling. Hu Fei's master from before. The second strongest of the Wood Peak? Exactly, it's him. Supposedly, after Hu Fei was poached by the Peak Master to join our Fire Peak 10 years ago, Elder Yangling was enraged to the extreme and severed one of his arms before leaving the sect. I never imagined that he would return this time. It can't be, right? Even if Hu Fei betrayed him, there's no need for him to harm himself, right? You don't know about this. Supposedly, when Elder Yangling met Hu Fei all those years ago, Hu Fei was an orphan, and he was chased by a pack of wolves and fell down a 30 kilometers tall cliff. It was precisely Elder Yangling who passed by that saved him and brought him back to the 5-element sect's Wood Peak to foster him into a genius. I've heard of it as well. The arm Elder Yangling severed seemed to be the arm he used to grab Hu Fei and save Hu Fei all those years ago. He obviously did that because he regretted saving an ingrate all those years ago. The 3 Fire Peak disciples discussed animatedly, and all of their words snorted disdainfully at Hu Fei. Could it be that the 3 of you don't know that it's extremely impolite to talk about others behind their backs? Suddenly, a chilly voice sounded out. Chapter 881. The young man wore a fiery red robe. He had a handsome yet devilish face. His eyes were extremely deep and seemed to contain an endless amount of demonic power. He appeared out of thin air like a ghost. Just one sentence from him was enough to make the 3 Fire Peak disciples' faces change as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Senior brother Hu Fei. One of the Fire Peak disciples had a grave expression on his face. It was true that one should not speak ill of others behind their backs. He was just saying that Hu Fei was an ungrateful wretch when Hu Fei himself appeared. Senior brother Hu Fei. The other 2 Fire Peak disciples looked anxious as well. They lowered their heads, not daring to look at Hu Fei. Humph. Hu Fei snorted coldly. A cold gleam flashed across his deep eyes before he took a step forward. In an instant, a vast amount of origin energy gushed out from Hu Fei's body. Halfway through, it transformed into a raging flame that blotted out the sky. It was as though it had transformed into a giant flaming beast that pounced towards the 3 Fire Peak disciples. "Senior brother Hu Fei, please spare our lives." "No." The 3 Fire Peak disciples did not expect Hu Fei to attack them all of a sudden just because they spoke the truth behind his back and talked about him objectively. The 3 of them who were filled with despair did not even have the chance to escape in front of Hu Fei. In just a blink of an eye, they were engulfed by the flame that seemed to have transformed into a giant beast. They turned into ashes and completely disappeared from this world. Not far away, a few Fire Peak disciples who happened to pass by happened to witness the scene. Their faces changed immediately. "Huh?" Hu Fei noticed the few Fire Peak disciples immediately. He frowned slightly as a cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. "Senior brother Hu Fei." "Senior brother Hu Fei, we didn't see anything." The few Fire Peak disciples hurriedly said. They were afraid that Hu Fei would kill them to silence them. "Swear." Hu Fei's eyes were fierce and his voice was as cold as ice. The few Fire Peak disciples heaved a sigh of relief when they heard his words. At the same time, they pinched their fingers one after another. Drops of blood shot up into the sky. In the next moment, they each swore an oath. The content of the oath was that they would not tell anyone about what they saw today. Otherwise, they would be punished. At that moment, a series of thunderclaps came from the sky. It was the tribulation oath, the 99 heavenly tribulation, that was responding to their oath. Hu Fei was the direct disciple of the Peak Master of Fire Peak. He had killed someone in Fire Peak. Even if the Peak Master of Fire Peak knew about it, he would not really do anything to him. However, the problem was that Fire Peak was only one of the 5 peaks in the 5 Elements sect. Above the Peak Master of Fire Peak, there was another Peak Master of Gold Peak, who was also the sect leader of the 5 Elements sect. If what happened today was only spread around Fire Peak, Hu Fei would be fine. However, if news of this were to spread, even his master, the Peak Master of Fire Peak, would not be able to protect him. There was a rule in the 5 Elements sect. The disciples of the 5 Elements sect were not allowed to casually cripple or kill their fellow disciples. Otherwise, no matter who it was, they would be severely punished. Humph! Hu Fei snorted softly when he saw the few Fire Peak's disciples swearing on the 99 heavenly tribulation. In the next instant, he vanished into thin air. After Hu Fei left, the few Fire Peak disciples took a deep breath and looked at each other. They could see the relief in each other's eyes. He rejoiced that he had survived. Wood Peak. On the balcony of the top floor of a 3-story pavilion, 3 young men were gathered together and were chatting about something. So, Elder Yang crippled his own arm and left the sect to go to Settlement City. It can be considered as a silent escape. Chen Wei sighed. Currently, he was answering Duan Lingtian and Huang Danyu's questions. After Duan Lingtian and Huang Danyu found out that Yang Ling was the second strongest person in Wood Peak, besides being surprised, they were also filled with curiosity about Yang Ling's severed arm. They obtained the answer from Chen Wei. Yang Ling's severed arm was actually severed by himself. The specific reason was because of the direct disciple that he regarded as his own son who betrayed him and joined the Fire Peak's Peak Masters faction. Hu Fei. Duan Lingtian and Huang Danyu's expression was slightly unsightly. Although they were neither relatives nor friends with Yang Ling, let alone help him take revenge. However, when they found out about the dispute between Yang Ling and Hu Fei, monstrous rage involuntarily rose from the bottom of their hearts. Hu Fei's life was saved by Yang Ling. His ability was taught by Yang Ling. However, in the end, because he despised the Wood Peak that was unable to recover from the setback and coupled with the temptation of the Fire Peak's Peak Master, he betrayed the Master that nurtured him and betrayed the Wood Peak. During the Battle of the 5 Peaks. If I meet him, I'll surely teach him a good lesson. Huang Daniu waved his fist as he spoke angrily. In his entire life, he hated ungrateful people the most. Although the matter between Hu Fei and Yang Ling had nothing to do with him, Hu Fei's actions caused him to be unable to stand it and even detest it. According to his own words, "Brother Niu, just can't stand the sight of you and want to beat you up, so what?" Although Duan Lingtian did not say anything, his pair of cold eyes undoubtedly indicated that his thoughts were similar to Huang Daniu's at this moment. Hu Fei had also touched his bottom line. "Daniu, don't underestimate that Hu Fei. It's said that he's already at the 6th level void interpretation now and has comprehended the 7th level intermediate fire concept. It's precisely because of his outstanding innate talent that the peak master of Fire Peak poached him away from Elder Yang at all costs," Chen Wei said with a solemn expression. If it was not for the fact that the peak master of Fire Peak paid a huge price, why would Hu Fei, who had followed Elder Yang since he was young, betray Elder Yang? Humph. If he dares to fight me on the ground without a spirit weapon, I'm not afraid of him. Huang Daniu snorted. Although he was only at the 5th level of the void interpretation stage and had only comprehended 5th level intermediate concept, he had comprehended the earth concept. Once he executed it on the ground, he would be able to draw support from the earth energy that was equivalent to the strength of 30 ancient horned dragons. If he unleashed his full strength, it would be equivalent to the strength of 160 ancient horned dragons. If Hu Fei did not use a spirit weapon and unleashed all his techniques, his strength would only be equivalent to the strength of 160 ancient horned dragons. That was why Huang Daniu said so. However, although Huang Daniu said so, he did not think so in his heart. This could be seen from the fear in his eyes. The Battle of the 5 Peaks is about to begin. It's time for me to go back and cultivate. Both of you should cultivate well during this period of time. Although both of you are quite strong, there are many young disciples in the other 4 peaks who are much stronger than me," Chen Wei said to Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu with a solemn expression. Both of them nodded. After Chen Wei left, Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu parted ways and returned to their own rooms to cultivate. After returning to his room, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged on his bed. He held the wind concept fragment in one hand and the thunder concept fragment in the other. While comprehending 2 completely different concepts, he cultivated at the same time. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, sword dragon form. If those 9th level void transformation stage experts were to find out that Duan Ling Tian was able to comprehend 2 different concepts by relying on 2 different concept fragments at the same time, they would probably be jealous to the point of spitting blood. What a 9th level void transformation powerhouse pursued was not to comprehend 1 concept to the 9th level advanced stage, but to comprehend 2 concepts to the 9th level advanced stage. Only then could they be considered to have touched the threshold of the martial monarch stage. Otherwise, they would never be able to step into the martial monarch stage and become a martial monarch powerhouse. Duan Lingtian's current situation was every 9th level void transformation powerhouse's dream. Comprehending 2 different concepts at the same time also meant that Duan Lingtian could take half a step into the martial monarch stage in the shortest time possible. Compared to ordinary martial artists, it was much easier for Duan Lingtian to break through to the martial monarch stage. With the same comprehension ability and the same conditions, Duan Ling Tian could comprehend 4 types of 9th level advanced concepts in the time it took a 9th level void transformation powerhouse to comprehend 2 types of 9th level advanced concepts. On Cloud Continent, almost all 9th level void transformation powerhouses that comprehended 4 9th level advanced concepts at the same time would be able to break through to the martial monarch stage and become formidable martial monarch powerhouses. Time silently flowed by. The overbearing medicinal strength of the rebirth pill ceaselessly converged with the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body, and it circulated according to the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique Sword Dragon Form mental cultivation method to assist his origin energy to swiftly improve. After an unknown period of time, the bottleneck from the 5th level of the void interpretation stage to the 6th level of the void interpretation stage appeared, and it caused Duan Lingtian to feel extremely pleasantly surprised. The appearance of this bottleneck also meant that he was another step closer to the 6th level of the void interpretation stage. He really looked forward to the 6th level of the void interpretation stage, because he urgently wanted to verify something. He wanted to know if his spiritual force would improve to the 7th level of the void interpretation stage along with his cultivation after his cultivation broke through to the 6th level of the void interpretation stage, or would his spiritual force stay where it was and synchronize with his cultivation. If it's the latter, the side effects left behind by the Devil Seal tablet after it caused me to be devilified the other day would truly be too exaggerated. Even though Duan Lingtian was prepared for the worst, he was still slightly perturbed. He hoped that his spiritual force would improve along with this. Otherwise, the effect of his soul skill, 1,000 illusions, would be greatly reduced, and it was even equivalent to being useless. Duan Lingtian, who continued cultivating, felt that it wasn't long before someone called out to him from outside. The voice was old yet familiar. When Duan Lingtian stopped cultivating, opened his eyes, and returned to his senses, he recognized the person that called out to him from outside. Elder Yang. Duan Lingtian opened the door and smiled lightly as he looked at the one-armed old man that stood outside the door. It was the number 2 expert of the Wood Peak, Yang Ling. There was a faint smile on Yang Ling's face, and he looked kind and benevolent. Could it be that the Battle of the 5 Peaks is about to begin? When he saw Yang Ling's arrival, Duan Lingtian's heart clenched as he secretly guessed. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian knew that he was overthinking things. Duan Lingtian, the Peak Master asked me to pass this origin-enhancing fruit to you. With your innate talent, I think you'll be able to absorb its medicinal efficacy before the Battle of the 5 Peaks begins and improve your cultivation. Chapter 882. The spirit fruit in Yang Ling's hand was purplish-black in color. It was surrounded by a faint halo and emitted a pleasant fragrance. The fragrance entered Duan Lingtian's body through his nose, causing the origin energy in his meridians to become restless. Even the medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill became restless as well. It seemed to be resonating with it, but it was not repelling it. Although the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill repelled the heaven and earth origin energy that was accumulated in the origin energy, it did not repel the medicinal efficacy of the spirit fruit. Although the rebirth pill was not a spirit fruit, it had the same destination as the spirit fruit. It could be considered as a family. Since it was a family, why would it repel it? Origin-enhancing fruit. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian regained his senses. He could not help but be pleasantly surprised. The origin-enhancing fruit was a spirit fruit used by void interpretation martial artists. Among the many spirit fruits used by void interpretation martial artists, the medicinal efficacy it contained was ranked above average. It was extremely rare. Through reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, Duan Lingtian easily found out about the origin-enhancing fruit. Even if a martial artist who has just made a breakthrough to the 5th level void interpretation consumes the origin-enhancing fruit, he'll be able to make a breakthrough to the 6th level void interpretation in a short time as long as he fully absorbs the medicinal efficacy. Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly as his emotions surged. I'm only a step away from the 6th level void interpretation now. The medicinal efficacy of the origin-enhancing fruit can help me make a breakthrough easily. Not only that, with the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill, it's very likely that the bottleneck to the 7th level void interpretation will appear in my body. It was not that Duan Lingtian did not think about making a breakthrough from the peak of the 5th level void interpretation to the 7th level void interpretation, but he thought it was unrealistic. There was a watershed between the 6th level void interpretation and the 7th level void interpretation. The difference was like a chasm. Even if a martial artist who had just made a breakthrough to the 6th level void interpretation consumed the origin-enhancing fruit and fully digested the medicinal efficacy, it was impossible for him to make a breakthrough to the 7th level void interpretation. He would reach the peak of the 6th level void interpretation at most. Otherwise, why would it be called a watershed? For this reason, even with the help of the rebirth pill's overbearing medicinal efficacy, Duan Lingtian did not think he would be able to make a breakthrough to the 7th level void interpretation after consuming the origin-enhancing fruit. Because it was too difficult. Perhaps the heavens are looking out for our wood peak. When the peak master went out some time ago, he happened to come across these origin-enhancing fruits. Moreover, there were 2 of them. Yang Ling said with a smile. Originally, he was preparing to give it to Chen Wei and Luo Chen, but the appearance of Yu and Daniu made him change his mind. 2. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this. One must know that a person would be extremely lucky if they could come across a high-grade spirit fruit like the origin-enhancing fruit once in their lifetime. However, the peak master of Wood Peak actually came across 2 of them at once. This luck was simply heaven-defying. Even though Samsara Emperor Wu had lived 2 lives, he had only seen one origin-enhancing fruit in his first life. And it was at a large-scale auction. One could easily imagine how rare the origin-enhancing fruit was. Cultivate well. Our Wood Peak's hopes are all on you and Daniu in the Battle of the 5 Peaks this time. Yang Ling said solemnly as he passed the origin-enhancing fruit in his hand to Duan Lingtian. Don't worry, Elder Yang. I'll definitely do my best. Duan Lingtian looked at the spirit fruit in his hand with a joyful expression as he promised Yang Ling, all right. I'll go look for Daniu now. You continue to cultivate. Yang Ling nodded and left the top floor of the 3-story pavilion. He headed to the lowest floor to look for Huang Daniu. After Yang Ling left, Duan Lingtian did not hesitate. He immediately closed the door and sat cross-legged on the bed. With this origin-enhancing fruit, I can definitely make a breakthrough to the 6th level void interpretation in a short time. At that time, I'll be able to verify the exact situation of my spiritual energy. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Duan Lingtian opened his mouth and swallowed the origin-enhancing fruit in just a few mouthfuls. In an instant, a stream of alternating hot and cold liquid flowed down his throat and into his body. It merged with all the meridians in his body, big and small. The origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body seemed to have sensed something and began to stir. After it merged with the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill, it welcomed the alternating hot and cold liquid. Boom! 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 In Duan Lingtian's meridians, the origin energy and the medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill finally collided with the medicinal efficacy of the origin-enhancing fruit. As soon as they collided, the 2 completely merged into one. At the same time, the origin energy under the dual medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill and the origin-enhancing fruit seemed to have transformed into a runaway wild horse as it rampaged through all the meridians in Duan Lingtian's body. Pooh! Before Duan Lingtian could even react, the meridians in his body were almost torn apart by the collision. His internal organs were also injured to a certain extent. His blood surged up and forced him to spit out a mouthful of blood. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, sword dragon form. Duan Lingtian did not dare to hesitate at all. He hurriedly cultivated his mental cultivation method and gradually controlled the origin energy in his body that was like a runaway wild horse to get it on the right track. When all of the origin energy was on the right track, Duan Lingtian did not know how much time had passed. It felt like it was only a moment, but it also felt like an entire day had passed. Whoosh! The overbearing medicinal efficacy urged the origin energy to sweep out like waves after waves of stormy waves as it rushed toward the bottleneck leading to the 6th level void interpretation. It was very aggressive. Boom! A soft sound reverberated in Duan Lingtian's body. It was the vast origin energy that broke through the bottleneck leading to the 6th level void interpretation and continued to sweep out. At this instant, Duan Lingtian felt the origin energy in his body undergo a qualitative change, and it was as if he'd been reborn. 6th level void interpretation. Duan Lingtian knew that he'd broken through and smoothly broke through to the 6th level of the void interpretation. The advancement of his cultivation allowed him to possess an unprecedentedly formidable strength. Spiritual force. After he knew he'd broken through, Duan Lingtian's thoughts moved on to his spiritual force. He urged his origin energy to continue circulating according to the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique Sword Dragon Form mental cultivation method while observing his spiritual force, as he wanted to know if his spiritual force had improved. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian finally detected the situation of his spiritual force. It was even to the extent that at this moment, he could clearly sense the transformation of his spiritual force. It was a transformation that was like his origin energy being reborn, and it had improved by an entire level. Spiritual force. 7th level of the void interpretation stage. When he detected the level of his spiritual force after its transformation, Duan Lingtian was extremely excited. At this moment, he felt as if he possessed the entire world. Excitement and satisfaction swept out from his soul and spread to his entire body in just a blink of an eye. He'd broken through. He'd finally broken through. The after-effects that the Devil Seal tablet had given him previously only forcefully reduced the gap between his cultivation base and spiritual force to 1 level. His cultivation base was now at the 6th level of the void interpretation stage. His spiritual force was now at the 7th level of the void interpretation stage. Duan Lingtian was extremely excited. He was truly excited. This feeling of regaining what he'd lost made him want to open his throat and shout, "Awesome!" The origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body continued to surge under the dual medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill and the origin-enhancing fruit. It continued to circulate according to the mental cultivation method of the 7th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, the Sword Dragon form. His cultivation base continued to improve. At the lowest floor of the 3-story pavilion where Duan Lingtian was, Huang Daniu, who was also sitting cross-legged in his room to cultivate, suddenly opened his eyes. "I've broken through." 6th level void interpretation stage. Huang Daniu's face was filled with ecstasy. He clenched his fists tightly. The moment his origin energy raged, the heaven and earth phenomenon above his head began to form. There was a total of 80 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. They were extremely lifelike. "I still have more than half of the medicinal efficacy left. If I can break through to the 7th level of the void interpretation stage in one go, I won't be afraid even if I encounter Hu Fei on the ground, even if I use my spirit weapon. When the time comes, I will definitely avenge Elder Yang." Huang Daniu took a deep breath and closed his eyes again. He continued to cultivate and quickly digested the medicinal efficacy of the origin-enhancing fruit that was circulating his origin energy in his body. Gold Peak. It was the first peak of the 5 Elements sect. It was also the main peak that was personally controlled by the sect leader of the 5 Elements sect. Ever since the establishment of the 5 Elements sect, it had been the absolute overlord of the 5 peaks. Of course, the reason why Gold Peak was strong was not only because there were many powerhouses there. The sect leader of the 5 Elements sect was there as well. The main reason was because the legacy of the younger generation in Gold Peak was the most outstanding among all the peaks in the 5 Elements sect. On a vast platform halfway up Gold Peak, there was a stream of people. Many Gold Peak disciples were sparring with each other on the platform. The battle was like a raging fire. It was a scene of bustling activity. This was the battle platform of Gold Peak. As long as one was a Gold Peak disciple, they would come here to improve themselves through actual combat after their cultivation. Suddenly, 2 figures came from afar. It was as though they had transformed into 2 bolts of lightning. In just a moment, they appeared above the vast platform and stood in the air. They were 2 young men who were about 30 years old. They were handsome and elegant. The most eye-catching thing was, the two of them actually looked exactly the same. If it was not for the fact that their attire and clothes were different, nobody would be able to recognize them at first glance. The blue-clad young man stood there with a blank expression on his face. His eyes were cold and dull. The red-clad young man stood there and looked at the bustling scene on the vast platform with great interest. He smiled and said, "Second brother, look. The martial spirit of our gold peak is still as strong as before. It's far from what the other 4 peaks can compare to." Humph. Unlike the red-clad young man who was cheerful and active, the blue-clad young man's expression remained unchanged as he snorted coolly. It was as though he was saying to the red-clad young man, "I'm your big brother." When the red-clad young man saw the blue-clad young man's expression, he naturally guessed his thoughts. However, he was not bothered by it. Or perhaps, he had already gotten used to it. Ever since they were sensible, they had never really distinguished who was superior. He did not accept him as his big brother, and he did not accept him as his big brother either. Chapter 883. It's Senior Brother Chen and Senior Brother Yi. On the vast platform, someone cried out in alarm. At once, all of the Gold Peak's disciples on the platform, including those who were sparring, stopped what they were doing and raised their heads to look at the 2 young men in the sky. At this moment, there was a faint trace of respect that came from the bottom of their hearts in their eyes. The twin brothers in front of them were the strongest among the younger generation of Gold Peak. They were also the direct disciples of the Peak Master of Gold Peak, who was also the sect leader of 5 Element Sect. Senior Brother Chen. Senior Brother Yi. Senior Brother Yi. Senior Brother Chen. All of the Gold Peak's disciples greeted the 2 young men respectfully in unison. The red-clad young man who was addressed as Senior Brother Yi smiled and waved his hand at the crowd. He looked outgoing and easygoing. As for the blue-clad young man who was addressed as Senior Brother Chen, he stood there with an expressionless face. He was indifferent to everything around him. He was introverted and cold. However, the group of Gold Peak's disciples did not show any dissatisfaction. It was as though they were used to it. Whoosh! All of a sudden, the blue-clad young man moved and disappeared before the group of Gold Peak's disciples. The red-clad young man raised his eyebrows and smiled at the group of Gold Peak's disciples before chasing after him. "Second brother, I heard that 2 young powerhouses came to Wood Peak a few days ago. Have you heard about it?" The blue-clad young man did not reply. However, his calm eyes were undoubtedly telling the red-clad young man the answer. "I also heard that. Elder He Gang from Wood Peak was forced by the 2 young powerhouses to the point that he crippled his own cultivation base." The red-clad young man continued. The blue-clad young man still did not show any reaction. His face was expressionless as though everyone in the world owed him money. However, the red-clad young man did not feel bored or even shut his mouth because of this. He continued to talk to the blue-clad young man as though he was singing a one-man show. He was not impatient at all. Time passed by quietly. The day of the Battle of the 5 Peaks was getting closer and closer. The Battle of the 5 Peaks was a tradition of the 5 Element Sect. It was held every 3 years, and only the younger generation of disciples from each peak were eligible to participate. In the end, the ranking of each peak would be decided according to the performance of each peak's disciples. The higher the ranking, the more cultivation resources such as origin stones, pills, and so on they would be able to obtain in the next 3 years. The lower the ranking, the lesser the cultivation resources they would obtain. Under this virtuous and vicious cycle, the gap between the 5 peaks of the 5 Element Sect was very clear. Wood Peak that was ranked at the bottom 20 years ago, it was because of this setback. If the Wood Peak wanted to make a comeback, then the first step was to first escape the fate of being at the bottom, and then reclaim its former glory step by step. If it was in the past, everyone including the members of the Wood Peak would already know the outcome of the Battle of the 5 Peaks before it began. Wood's peak would definitely was peak. But this time, because of the addition of these two young experts, many unstable factors had been added to the wood peak. So during this period of time, the gazes of the other four peaks had converged onto the wood peak. Would those two young experts that had just joined the wood peak be able to allow the wood peak to turn over a new leaf? Peak. Squeak. The door to the room on the top floor of the three-story building opened. A purple-clothed young man walked out and arrived in front of the pavilion's balcony. He squinted his eyes and looked at the boundless blue sky and white clouds in front of him. A smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Ling Ling, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with excitement when he recalled the experience earlier. However, the rebirth pill's medicinal efficacy is really amazing. I've only consumed a little after consuming it for such a long time. The remaining medicinal efficacy is enough to help me break through to the martial monarch stage. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Unfortunately, my current cultivation base is still too low. The speed of consumption of the rebirth pill's medicinal efficacy is much slower than the spirit fruits. Duan Lingtian sighed. Due to the assistance of the rebirth pill's medicinal efficacy, his cultivation speed had been constantly increasing. However, due to the restriction of his cultivation base, the speed of his cultivation was not as fast as the speed of his cultivation after consuming the spirit fruit. Just like the origin-enhancing fruit he had consumed recently. Under the influence of the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill, he had completely absorbed the medicinal efficacy in just a few days. Not only that, but the medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill was also absorbed by him by the medicinal efficacy of the vitality-enhancing fruit. With my innate talent and the medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill, it's impossible for others to catch up to me if they don't consume the spirit fruits. Of course, Duan Lingtian knew this was unrealistic. Perhaps I should think of a way to get more spirit fruits to aid my cultivation. In that case, not only will the medicinal efficacy of the spirit fruits help me improve my cultivation base, but I'll also be able to absorb more of the rebirth pill's medicinal efficacy. As long as I have a lot of spirit fruits to consume. Who on the Cloud Continent would have a faster cultivation speed than me? Duan Lingtian believed that as long as he could obtain more spirit fruits, coupled with the medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill in his body, he would be able to surpass the young powerhouses in the foreign lands who grew up eating spirit fruits. This time, after coming out of the secret treasure left behind by the martial emperor and reuniting with Tianwu and the others, it's time for me to plan my future. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, I must break through to the void transformation stage in the shortest time possible. Then, I'll get a rough map of the Cloud Continent and confirm the location of the northern desert. After that, I'll find the place where the reincarnation Emperor Wu left behind the great treasure. Elder brother Duan. Suddenly, a voice resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears, causing him to snap back to his senses. Without him noticing, Yi Xian had come to Duan Lingtian's side. Duan Lingtian looked over and extended his spiritual energy instinctively. He immediately noticed the changes in Yi Xian's body. Shao Xian, why you've broken through to the 9th level nascent soul stage? Duan Lingtian was a little surprised. Almost a month ago, Yi Xian had just broken through to the 8th level nascent soul stage, yet now, she'd actually broken through once more. Yi Xian chuckled and said, Elder brother Duan, it's all thanks to you that I'm able to break through so quickly. If it wasn't for you cleansing my meridians and marrow, it would be impossible for me to possess such natural talent. It's true that I helped you improve your natural talent, but I never imagined that your improvement would be so great. Duan Lingtian sighed. Elder brother Duan, I saw you staring blankly into the distance earlier. What were you thinking about? Yi Xian asked curiously. I wasn't thinking about anything. Duan Lingtian lightly shook his head, and then he looked at Yi Xian and smiled. Shao Xian, according to your current cultivation speed, you ought to be able to break through to the void prying stage in 3 months at most. A martial artist on Cloud Continent could only be considered a true martial artist after stepping into the void stage. Once one stepped into the void stage, one would be able to fly and roam the horizon. My goal is to break through within 2 months. Yi Xian was filled with confidence, and then she said, Elder brother Duan, I'm going back to cultivate. As soon as she finished speaking, Yi Xian left in a hurry. This girl is really impatient. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. Then the Battle of the 5 Peaks ought to be starting soon, right? After returning to his senses, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. He knew that after the Battle of the 5 Peaks, he would surely become a young representative of the 5-element sect and head to the treasure vault left behind by Emperor Wu to obtain the things the 5-element sect needed. The 5-element sect was one of the 3 great powers in the eastern area of the northern desert after all. Only spirit weapons at grade 2 or above, concept fragments at the 7th level or above, and the exceedingly precious profundity fragments were able to enter its eyes. Since the treasure vault was left behind by a powerhouse like Emperor Wu, there should be a lot of these things if there were no accidents. After I come out from the treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse like Emperor Wu and meet up with Tian Wu and the others, I'll leave Wood Peak and the 5-element sect. No matter what, I'll do my best in the Battle of the 5 Peaks this time and fight for the greatest benefits for Wood Peak. In this way, I can consider it as returning the favor of the origin-enhancing fruit from the Peak Master of Wood Peak. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. In the next few days, Duan Lingtian continued to cultivate. At the same time, he seriously comprehended the wind concept and thunder concept. He had even made some breakthroughs in the latter. The Battle of the 5 Peaks arrived as scheduled under the anticipation of the 5-element sect's disciples. There was no specific location for the Battle of the 5 Peaks. It would be held directly in the sky outside the Gold Peak, the tallest peak in the 5-element sect. That place allowed the disciples of each peak to do whatever they wanted. Early in the morning, the sky outside the Gold Peak was already filled with people. It was a grand scene. When Duan Lingtian, Huang Daniu, and Chen Wei arrived, they were also shocked by the scene in front of them. The sky was densely packed with people. It's Chen Wei. Chen Wei from Wood Peak. Soon, some of the disciples from the other peaks recognized Chen Wei. Chen Wei used to be one of the most outstanding disciples among the younger generation in Wood Peak. Many people knew him. That purple-clad young man and that tall young man next to Chen Wei seemed to be unfamiliar. Many people noticed Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu who were next to Chen Wei. Both of them. Don't tell me they're Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu. Somebody cried out in surprise. It caused the group of 5-element sect's disciples in the sky to turn around and look at Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu. For a moment, both of them became the center of attention. They're the 2 young powerhouses that Wood Peak took in not long ago. It's said that when they just arrived at Wood Peak, they killed Luo Chen from Wood Peak and even forced Luo Chen's master, He Gang, to cripple his own cultivation. He Gang is a top-ranked elder in the Wood Peak, and his cultivation is at the 6th level of the Void Transformation stage. For the sake of giving these 2 people an explanation and making them stay in the Wood Peak, he was willing to sacrifice his cultivation. From this, it can be seen that Elder He Gang is very confident in their strength. I'd like to see if Wood Peak can change its fate of being at the bottom in today's Battle of the 5 Peaks. Chapter 884. Duan Lingtian was already used to being the center of attention, so he did not mind at all. However, Huang Daniu was different. When had he ever seen such a scene before? At once, he could not help but frown. It was not until Duan Lingtian and the other 2 moved to the side that the sudden arrival of a person caught everyone's attention. Hu Fei. It's Hu Fei. The direct disciple of the Peak Master of Fire Peak, Hu Fei. A young man dressed in a fiery red long robe flew in the air from afar. He was alone and looked extremely arrogant. He did not seem to make any movements, but the fiery red long robe on his body fluttered like a ball of blazing flame. In just a short while, he arrived at the empty space at the side. Subsequently, Hu Fei, who was hovering in the air, began to close his eyes to rest. At this moment, it seemed like he did not notice the gazes that were on him at all. He stood there by himself as if he was deaf to everything around him. He's Hu Fei. Huang Danyu's face turned grave as he glared at the red-clad young man in the distance with a murderous gleam in his eyes. The origin energy in his body stirred as he took a step forward, ready to beat the man up. Danyu. Chen Wei's eyes were sharp as he stopped Huang Danyu. He said with a fearful expression, "I just received news 2 days ago. This Hu Fei has already broken through to the 7th level void interpretation." 7th level void interpretation. These 5 short words caused Huang Danyu's face to turn grave. His legs felt like they were filled with lead, and he could not move at all. Although he had broken through to the 6th level void interpretation, he still did not have the confidence to fight a 7th level void interpretation martial artist. Although there was only a difference of 1 level between the 6th level void interpretation and the 7th level void interpretation, the gap between them was like a chasm. This was because there was an insurmountable divide between the two. There was a difference of 20 ancient horned dragons' strength between the two. Moreover, this was under the premise that they did not use any spirit weapons. If both of them used spirit weapons, the 7th level void interpretation would not only have an advantage of 20 ancient horned dragons' strength compared to the 6th level void interpretation, it would have an advantage of 30 ancient horned dragons' strength instead. Danyu, you really want to beat him up? Duan Lingtian, who had been standing quietly at the side, asked Huang Danyu with a cold glint in his eyes. Of course. Huang Danyu nodded without any hesitation. He really wanted to rush up and give this kind of ungrateful person 2 slaps to teach him how to behave properly. Then come with me. Duan Lingtian smiled. He stepped into the air and headed straight for Hu Fei, who was resting with his eyes closed. Duan Lingtian, hearing Duan Lingtian's words and seeing Duan Lingtian flying out with incomparable confidence, Chen Wei, who had just reacted, was stunned. He did not know where Duan Lingtian got his confidence from. According to his understanding of Duan Lingtian, when he faced the 7th level void interpretation stage bandit leader that day, Duan Lingtian seemed to be helpless. At that time, his innate ability was obviously useless against a 7th level void interpretation stage martial artist. However, now that Duan Lingtian knew Hu Fei was a 7th level void interpretation stage martial artist, he still dashed up to Hu Fei. Moreover, he was exuding confidence from head to toe. Could it be that he has made a breakthrough? Chen Wei's eyes widened in shock. All right. When Huang Danyu heard Duan Lingtian's words, he was stunned for a moment before he hastily followed them. He knew Duan Lingtian had consumed the origin-enhancing fruit. In his opinion, since he had made a breakthrough, Duan Lingtian must have made a breakthrough as well. It seems like there's going to be a good show today. When Chen Wei saw Duan Lingtian and Hu Fei flying away, he smiled faintly and followed them. Yang Ling was his senior uncle. In the past, Hu Fei could be considered as his senior brother. However, the moment Hu Fei betrayed his senior uncle and joined the Peak Master of Wood Peak, he no longer treated Hu Fei as his senior brother. In fact, there were countless times when he wished he had the strength to defeat Hu Fei. In that case, he would be able to avenge his senior uncle and teach this ungrateful wretch a lesson. Now that there was someone who could help him realize his dream, he felt happy from the bottom of his heart. Duan Lingtian and the other 2 flew towards Hu Fei. In just a moment, they hovered in the air not far away from Hu Fei. They were only 100 meters away from him. Their actions naturally attracted the attention of the others. What are they trying to do? 10 years ago, Hu Fei betrayed Wood Peak and joined Fire Peak. Don't tell me Duan Lingtian and the other 2 are trying to clean up the mess for Wood Peak. It's possible. But are they a match for Hu Fei? As far as I know, Hu Fei has already made a breakthrough to the 7th level void interpretation stage a few days ago. Many people discussed among themselves. Someone even revealed that Hu Fei had already made a breakthrough to the 7th level void interpretation stage. For a moment, the scene was in an uproar. What? Hu Fei has already made a breakthrough to the 7th level void interpretation stage. No way. He made another breakthrough so quickly. No wonder the Peak Master of Fire Peak would try to poach him to Fire Peak at all costs 10 years ago. As it turns out, his innate talent is so strong. 7th level void interpretation stage. Doesn't that mean his strength is on par with Brother Nangong from Gold Peak? Brother Nangong is only at the 7th level void interpretation stage as well. The group of 5 element sect's disciples discussed among themselves. Their faces were filled with astonishment. Hu Fei had actually made a breakthrough to the 7th level void interpretation stage. This was a shocking piece of news. In fact, in the past, among the younger generation of 5 element sect, only Nangong and Brother Nangong from Gold Peak had made a breakthrough to the 7th level void interpretation stage. Now, there was a third person. It was Hu Fei, the direct disciple of the Peak Master of Fire Peak. Perhaps it was because he heard the discussions in the surroundings that were related to the Wood Peak. Hu Fei, who had been resting with his eyes closed, finally opened his eyes slowly. His calm gaze immediately locked onto Duan Lingtian and the other two who were 100 meters away. Junior brother Qin Wei. Hu Fei's gaze swept past Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu before it landed on Qin Wei. He opened his mouth and greeted him nonchalantly. Humph. However, in the face of Hu Fei taking the initiative to greet him, Qin Wei did not care at all. He said sarcastically, "In my eyes, the senior brother Hu Fei from the past is already dead. As for you, the direct disciple of the Peak Master of Fire Peak, Qin Wei, dare not claim connections with you. So, you should just call me by my name." It was obvious that Qin Wei was mocking Hu Fei for betraying Yangling and Wood Peak. Upon hearing Qin Wei's sarcasm, Hu Fei's face turned grave. His tone turned cold. "Qin Wei, I really don't know where you get your courage from to actually dare to talk to me like this." Ha! As expected of the direct disciple of the Peak Master of Fire Peak. What an imposing manner. Qin Wei continued to mock him. Put aside the fact that he believed that Duan Lingtian could deal with Hu Fei, even if Duan Lingtian could not, he would still not be able to hold himself back from scolding Hu Fei when he faced him head-on. All of this was because he looked down on this ingrate Hu Fei from the bottom of his heart. Seeing that Qin Wei still dared to take a yard after taking an inch, Hu Fei's eyes shot out 2 cold lights, and his voice was low and indifferent. "Qin Wei, you can't be thinking that the 2 pieces of trash beside you can stop me, right?" Trash. Horror dawned on Huang Daniu's face. It did not cross his mind that Hu Fei would scold him and Duan Lingtian as trash the moment he opened his mouth. One must know that he did not have any interaction with Hu Fei before this. In an instant, Huang Daniu was filled with rage. His eyes gleamed with a chilling gleam. "Stop you." Just when all the 5 element sect's disciples present had their eyes on Duan Lingtian and the other two, Duan Lingtian took a step forward and looked at Hu Fei indifferently. "Do you deserve it?" Duan Lingtian asked nonchalantly. "Do you deserve it?" Duan Lingtian's voice was not loud, but it was filled with origin energy. It entered the ears of everyone present, causing the group of 5 element sect's disciples present to be stunned. This Duan Lingtian. Is he crazy? How dare he provoke Hu Fei like this? Is he seeking death? This Duan Lingtian is really bold. How dare he provoke Hu Fei? Among the younger generation in our 5 element sect, I'm afraid only the 2 brothers, Nangong from Gold Peak, are not afraid of Hu Fei, right? I have to say that I admire this Duan Lingtian's courage. However, he's definitely going to be in trouble. That's for sure. In the past 10 years, those who dared to speak ill of Hu Fei behind his back did not have a good ending. Many of them even went missing because of it. Most likely, they were killed by Hu Fei and had their corpses destroyed. Each and every one of the Five Element sect's disciples looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of pity in their eyes. Although they knew that Duan Lingtian was quite strong, they did not dare to underestimate him. After seeing Duan Lingtian in person today, they faintly realized something. This young man who looked like he was only 25 years old was definitely not a match for Hu Fei. In fact, Hu Fei had already made a breakthrough to the 7th level void interpretation. He was the third person among the younger generation in the Five Element sect to make a breakthrough to the 7th level void interpretation. In their opinion, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to be a match for Hu Fei. After hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Hu Fei was stunned. He was completely stunned. When had he ever been provoked like this in the Five Element sect? Moreover, it was a young man who looked like he was only 25 years old. Based on his words, it was obvious that he did not take him seriously at all. "Boy, you're seeking death." Hu Fei was enraged. He was completely enraged. In the next moment, a cold gleam flashed across his eyes. With a flash of his body, a vast flame that shot up into the sky rose up from his body. It was as though he had transformed into a gigantic flaming beast as he pounced forward. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the gigantic flaming beast pounced toward Duan Lingtian. It opened its bloody mouth wide as though it was going to swallow Duan Lingtian whole. Many of the Five Element sect's disciples could not help but close their eyes. In their opinion, Duan Lingtian would be crippled even if he did not die in the face of Hu Fei, who attacked in rage. Right now, Hu Fei had completely lost his mind. He had completely thrown the rules of the Five Element sect to the back of his mind. All he could think about was killing this purple-clad young man who dared to provoke him. Humph! When Duan Lingtian saw the 180 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons in the sky above Hu Fei, who was shrouded in flames, he snorted softly and narrowed his eyes. Chapter 885. Thousand Illusions. As Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed, the spiritual energy that he had been accumulating earlier entered the soul brand in the depths of his soul and unleashed his soul skill. In an instant, the illusory space swept out and covered an area of more than 100 meters, including Hu Fei, who was charging at him. Whirlwind. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian dodged to the side. At the same time, he looked at Huang Daniu and said through voice transmission, "Daniu, do as I say now." Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Hu Fei, who had transformed into a giant flaming beast, missed his target. Just when the crowd thought Hu Fei was going to attack Duan Lingtian again, they noticed Hu Fei, who was shrouded in flames, was still standing on the spot. He was looking around in a daze. In the depths of his eyes, there was a hint of fear, as if he had encountered something special. In Hu Fei's eyes, he was in a boundless desert. There was no one around him at all. Illusory space. Hu Fei's face turned grave. He could guess what he had encountered at the first moment. "I didn't sense any waves of inscriptions or inscription formations. Could it be that there's a special demon beast with extraordinary talent hiding nearby and plotting against me?" This was the first thought that rose in Hu Fei's mind. In his opinion, since the illusory space he was facing was not constructed by inscriptions or inscription formations, it must be constructed by spiritual energy that was similar to a soul skill. Amongst the human martial artists, only the legendary martial emperor powerhouses were capable of constructing an illusory realm with spiritual energy. Naturally, he did not think that it was Emperor Wu who was attacking him. What a joke! A powerhouse like Emperor Wu could kill him with just a thought. Why would he need to trick him like this? Therefore, it could only be a demon beast that was causing trouble in the dark. Moreover, the demon beast's spiritual energy was at least at the 7th level void interpretation. Otherwise, it would not be able to affect him. "Don't," just when Hu Fei opened his mouth and was about to say, "Don't play dirty if you dare," a gust of wind suddenly attacked half of his face, causing his expression to change drastically. "Pa!" Just as Hu Fei reacted, half of his face received a resounding slap. His head was slapped to one side, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of broken teeth. At the same time, half of his face swelled up. The ruthlessness of the attacker was obvious. Who is it? Hu Fei, who was still in a daze from the slap, finally regained his senses after spitting out some broken teeth. His expression was gloomy, and the flames on his body surged once again. Whoosh! 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 At the same time, Hu Fei took out a pair of spiritual gloves made of an unknown material. As he raised his hand, palm after palm whizzed out and covered his entire body. It was as if they had formed a dense and inescapable net that protected his entire body. Boom! 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 Hu Fei's palms pierced through the air, causing the airflow in the air to be compressed, setting off a series of deafening explosions. Many solid palm prints whizzed down and landed on the cliff beside Gold Peak. At the same time, it set off a series of loud noises and set off waves of sand and dust. In the sky, other than Duan Lingtian, Chen Wei, and Huang Daniu who stood quietly in the air, there was no change in their expressions at all. The Five Elements sect's disciples were dumbstruck as they looked at Hu Fei, who was going crazy there. Who can tell me what's going on here? I don't know. This Hu Fei attacked Duan Lingtian, and after his attack failed, he no longer chased after Duan Lingtian. Instead, he just stood there and looked left and right as if he couldn't find Duan Lingtian. What kind of joke is this? Duan Lingtian is not far away from him. How can he not find Duan Lingtian? Then, what do you think he's doing now? When Huang Daniu got close to him, he didn't even notice it and took a hard slap from him. Has Hu Fei gone crazy? The group of Five Elements sect's disciples were stunned. They had no idea what was going on in front of them. After a while, perhaps he was tired, Hu Fei's movements slowed down. Daniu. Duan Lingtian looked at Huang Daniu and smiled. Huang Daniu's eyes lit up. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he charged toward Hu Fei again. In just a short while, he arrived in front of Hu Fei. He raised his hand again and slapped him. At this moment, the group of Five Elements sect's disciples who were watching felt chills running down their spines. Many of them could not help but feel their hearts in their mouths. Would Huang Daniu be able to succeed this time? Slap! Another clear and loud slap resonated in the air and answered the question in their hearts. When they saw Hu Fei's head tilted and he spat out another mouthful of blood with many broken teeth mixed in the blood, many of the Five Elements sect's disciples felt their scalps tingle. This Huang Daniu was too ruthless, right? The other half of Hu Fei's face that was originally intact was now completely swollen. His entire head seemed to have turned into a pig's head. It was hard to see his face anymore. No matter who you are. You'll definitely die. You'll definitely die. Hu Fei, who was slapped twice by Huang Daniu, continued to roar loudly. At the same time, the speed of his hand increased again. The vast palm print formed a layer of protective shield that protected him within it. Perhaps, this was the only way he could feel the sense of security that he deserved. Hu Fei's loud roars entered the ears of the group of Five Elements sect's disciples. They could not help but be stunned. Then, they were all dumbfounded. Hu Fei doesn't know that Huang Daniu is the one who slapped him. What the F***ck is going on here? Not only did Hu Fei not notice that Huang Daniu was approaching him, but he even took 2 slaps from Huang Daniu. After that, he still doesn't know that Huang Daniu is the one who slapped him. Could it be that he's really crazy? I don't think he's crazy. He's blind. Each and every one of the Five Elements sect's disciples stared at Hu Fei with their mouths agape. They felt that the scene in front of them was unbelievable and incomprehensible. Who could tell them what the hell was going on here? I think that not only is he blind, but he's deaf as well. We've said so much, but it's as if he didn't hear a thing. I also think that he's both blind and deaf now. But, why did he become like this? Other than Hu Fei himself, Duan Lingtian, Huang Daniu, and Chen Wei, all of the 5 element sect's disciples present on the scene were dumbfounded. Their faces were filled with confusion. Until now, they still did not know what was going on. When they saw that Hu Fei's movements had slowed down again, everyone's gaze fell on Huang Daniu again. They were all curious about where Huang Daniu would hit Hu Fei this time. Chen Wei, do you want to give it a try? Duan Lingtian looked at Chen Wei and asked with a smile. When Huang Daniu slapped Hu Fei twice and retreated unscathed, Duan Lingtian noticed that Chen Wei was a little tempted. Now that the opportunity had presented itself again, he could not help but ask. All right. Upon hearing this, Chen Wei's eyes lit up. With a flash, he charged toward Hu Fei. Under Duan Lingtian's guidance, Chen Wei threw out a punch at lightning speed. It hit Hu Fei's head and sent him flying. Of course, Chen Wei had held back. Otherwise, this punch of his could have taken Hu Fei's life. Although he hated Hu Fei and wanted to avenge his senior uncle, Yang Ling, he had never thought of taking Hu Fei's life. All he wanted was to teach him a lesson. Right now, his dream had come true just like that. It made him feel as though he was in a dream. Until he could not help but pinch his thigh. The waves of intense pain that came from his thigh seemed to be telling him that this was not a dream. All of this wasn't a dream, it was real. Who's there? At this moment, Hu Fei, who was sent flying with his head bleeding, looked around in all directions in a wretched manner. However, he did not look at Chen Wei at all. At once, the group of 5 element sect's disciples present on the scene could only feel chills running down their spines. Did this Hu Fei see a ghost or something? In the sky, 2 figures appeared out of nowhere. One of them was a young man in blue while the other one was a young man in red. The blue-clad young man's face was expressionless. It was as though even if the sky fell, it had nothing to do with him. However, there was an obvious hint of surprise in his eyes. It was as though he had discovered something. What? What did you discover? After the red-clad young man retracted his gaze that was filled with shock, he happened to see the surprise in the blue-clad young man's eyes. He could not help but ask curiously. Spiritual energy. It was rare for the blue-clad young man to open his mouth. His voice was cold, and he was a man of few words. Spiritual energy. The red-clad young man's eyes lit up immediately. You mean, Hu Fei became like this because of some spiritual energy technique? Could it be that he's in an illusion? When the red-clad young man reached the end of his sentence, he could not help but guess. This time, the blue-clad young man did not answer him. Instead, he stood there quietly. However, his pair of dull eyes were staring at a person from afar. That person was none other than Duan Lingtian, the purple-clad young man who was standing in the sky not far away from Hu Fei. It was apparent that he had discovered that the owner of the spiritual energy was Duan Lingtian. Huh? When the blue-clad young man was staring at Duan Lingtian seemed to have noticed something as well. He raised his head abruptly and looked at the sky that was even higher. Soon, the 2 figures that were hidden in the clouds appeared clearly before his eyes. Twin brothers. Although there was a distance between them, Duan Lingtian's current eyesight was far superior to ordinary people. With just a glance, he could tell that the 2 young men that appeared before his eyes looked exactly the same. The blue-clad young man, in particular, stared at him as though he could see through him completely. Inscription Master. Soon, Duan Lingtian sensed a faint wave of spiritual energy that originated from the blue-clad young man. He could not help but be taken aback. Moreover, he also confirmed another thing from the blue-clad young man's spiritual energy wave. The blue-clad young man's spiritual energy level was not lower than his. Duan Lingtian knew very well what this meant. Don't tell me. These two are the Nangong brothers from Gold Peak that the five-element sect's disciples mentioned earlier? Chapter 886. Don't play dirty if you have the guts. Don't tell me all of you from Wood Peak only know how to rely on external forces. Looks like I still have the foresight to leave Wood Peak early. Otherwise, it would be a disgrace to me, Hu Fei, to be associated with all of you. Hu Fei continued to roar loudly. As he roared, he moved his body swiftly as though he was afraid that someone would sneak up on him again. 2 slaps and 1 punch had turned Hu Fei's head into a pig's head, causing his head to bleed profusely. He was in a sorry state, and he no longer had the high spirits he had in the beginning. The group of five-element sect's disciples were dumbstruck as they looked at Hu Fei, who seemed to have transformed into a ball of flame that continued to sweep across the sky. They believed that the scene that they saw today would be one that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Hu Fei, the third 7th level void interpretation martial artist to appear among the younger generation of five-element sect, looked as though he had seen a ghost and was possessed in front of the 3 Wood Peak disciples. That Duan Lingtian is not as simple as he looks. Of course, there was no lack of people who were meticulous among the five-element sect's disciples. Their eyes immediately landed on the purple figure in the distance. In their opinion, everything that happened before their eyes originated from this purple-clad young man, Duan Lingtian. In the beginning, Hu Fei was clamoring to teach Chen Wei a lesson and even said that Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu were trash. At that time, they clearly saw the expressions on Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu's faces. Huang Daniu was furious. His eyes were red, and he almost lost his mind. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, had a calm expression on his face as he took a step forward and glanced at Hu Fei indifferently. Are you even worthy? At that time, their first thought was the same as most of the five-element sect's disciples. They all thought that Duan Lingtian was purely seeking death. This was because Duan Lingtian was just too young. They could not relate Duan Lingtian to a powerhouse who could defeat Hu Fei no matter what. However, as time went by, things had progressed to this stage, and they had no choice but to re-evaluate Duan Lingtian. From the moment Duan Lingtian provoked Hu Fei, everything seemed to be under the control of Duan Lingtian. He was the real master. He was not afraid at all when faced with Hu Fei, who attacked him in anger. Instead, he faced him calmly. It was only until the moment when Hu Fei was about to pounce on him that he barely managed to dodge to the side. He did not move to leave his spot. He continued to watch Hu Fei as though he was a monkey's show. This Duan Lingtian. He's a person we can't afford to offend. At once, the few five-element sect's disciples who managed to react felt a chill in their hearts. It rushed straight to their heads, causing them to shiver uncontrollably. There to Duan Lingchen to Duan Lingtian. He would rather offend Hu Fei than Lingtian. It. Unknowingly, another 3 young men walked side by side from afar. The young man on the right looked at the ball of flame that was constantly moving in the sky and could not help but ask. The young man on the left looked at the heaven and earth phenomenon in the sky, and his expression changed slightly. 250. 250 ancient horned dragon strength. He knew very well what the strength of 250 ancient horned dragon strength meant. Even a 7th level void interpretation martial artist would need to comprehend the 7th level intermediate concept and use a grade 3 spirit weapon before he could mobilize the heaven and earth energy to form such a heaven and earth phenomenon. It's Hu Fei. The young man in the middle exclaimed in a low voice. He wore a long green robe and had an ordinary appearance. There was a hint of dread in his eyes as he muttered, I originally thought that I would be able to fight Hu Fei after I've broken through to the 6th level void interpretation. I can't believe that he has already broken through to the 7th level void interpretation. The green-clad young man sighed as he muttered to himself. What? Upon hearing the green-clad young man's words, the young men on both sides of him widened their eyes and stared blankly at the young man in the ball of flame that was constantly moving. The young man's face was swollen like a pig's head. Half of his face was covered in blood, and he looked extremely wretched. It was difficult for them to connect this young man with Hu Fei, the strongest person among the younger generation in Fire Peak. Who is it that made Hu Fei look so wretched? The green-clad young man's attention shifted away from Hu Fei to another place. Among the younger generation of the Five-Element sect, only the Nangong brothers from the Gold Peak were able to put Hu Fei into such a sorry state. However, the Nangong brothers and Hu Fei had always minded their own business. Logically speaking, it was impossible for them to treat Hu Fei like this. Moreover, the Nangong brothers were not present at the moment. His gaze gradually shifted to the three figures near Hu Fei. They were three young men, and he only recognized one of them. It's Chen Wei from Wood Peak. He did not take Chen Wei seriously in the past, and he still did not take him seriously now. His gaze quickly shifted to the other two people. These two must be the two young powerhouses that Wood Peak recruited some time ago. I think they're called Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu. For a moment, a hint of dread could be seen in the green-clad young man's eyes. He faintly realized that the reason why Hu Fei was in such a wretched state was most likely related to these two people. Tian Zhen, you're really early. Suddenly, a light and pleasant voice resonated in the air, causing the green-clad young man to shift his gaze to the lady who was flying in the sky from afar. The lady was dressed in green, and she had a graceful figure. Although her appearance could not be said to be devastatingly beautiful, it was still extremely outstanding. It was enough to tempt many men. The moment she appeared, she attracted the attention of many Five-Element sect's disciples. It's Senior Sister Tan Huan. Senior Sister Tan Huan is here. Not long after, most of the Five-Element sect's disciples shifted their gaze from Hu Fei, who seemed to have gone mad, to the green-clad lady. In the distance, Duan Lingtian cast a glance at the green-clad lady, and his eyes lit up. The spiritual energy that he extended out immediately told him the green-clad lady's cultivation base. She was at the 6th level void interpretation. It was rare for such a young lady to have a cultivation base at the 6th level void interpretation. Her name is Tan Huan, and she's the direct disciple of the Peak Master of Water Peak. She's also the strongest person among the younger generation of Shufeng. Her cultivation base is at the 5th level of the void interpretation stage. Her cultivation base is at the 5th level void interpretation, Chen Wei said with a hint of dread when he noticed Duan Lingtian's gaze. 5th level void interpretation. Upon hearing Chen Wei's words, Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Chen Wei, she's not just at the 5th level void interpretation now. What? Chen Wei was shocked and exclaimed in a low voice, you mean? She has made a breakthrough? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. I can't believe she has made a breakthrough as well. Chen Wei sighed as though he had thought of something. When his gaze landed on Duan Lingtian, a smile appeared on his face. So what if she had made a breakthrough? Today, as long as Duan Lingtian was here, the rise of Wood Peak would be unstoppable. Who's that green-clad young man who's talking to Tan Huan? Duan Lingtian asked curiously as he narrowed his eyes and stared at the green-clad young man who was surrounded by two young men in the distance. The reason he noticed this person was because Duan Lingtian noticed that he was also a young powerhouse who had stepped into the 6th level void interpretation. He's Tian Zhen from Earth Peak, the son of the Peak Master of Earth Peak. Chen Wei said with a fearful expression. He had already made a breakthrough to the 6th level void interpretation half a month ago. However, I didn't expect Tan Huan to have made a breakthrough as well. I'm afraid the Battle of the 5 Peaks this time is going to be interesting. Chen Wei laughed when he reached the end of his sentence. Gold Peak had Nangong and his brother. Wood Peak had Duan Lingtian. Water Peak had Tan Huan. Fire Peak had Hu Fei. Earth Peak had Tian Zhen. As for Huang Daniu, he was instead dim and lusterless under Duanling Tian's brilliant brilliance, and he was directly disregarded by Chen Wei. Of course, this was also because Chen Wei did not know that Huang Daniu had also made a breakthrough to the 6th level void interpretation. Otherwise, he would not have thought this way. Tianzhen, is that Hu Fei? What's going on? The gaze that shot out from Tan Huan's eyes landed on Hu Fei, who was constantly moving back and forth. Her face was filled with astonishment. She had no idea what had happened to Hu Fei that caused him to be in such a wretched state. I've just arrived as well. Tianzhen shrugged, indicating that he had no idea as well. Whoosh! Whoosh! Right at this moment, 2 gusts of wind whistling sound fell from the sky. 2 figures, one red and one blue, appeared before everyone's eyes in just a blink of an eye, attracting everyone's attention. These were 2 handsome young men who looked exactly the same. One of them was dressed in red and had a gentle smile on his face that made people feel as if they were bathed in the spring breeze. The other one was dressed in blue and stood there. His face was cold and unapproachable. When the 2 of them stood together, one was moving and the other was still. It created a huge surprise. It's Senior Brother Yi and Senior Brother Chen. At once, many 5-element sect's Gold Peak disciples' eyes lit up as they exclaimed in surprise. Senior Brother Yi. Senior Brother Chen. The younger generation of 5-element sect's disciples who were present greeted the 2 of them enthusiastically. Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi were twin brothers. At the same time, they were also the direct disciples of the strongest person in 5-element sect, the sect leader of 5-element sect. Not only did they have a superior position in Gold Peak, but they could also be considered as the favored ones in the entire 5-element sect. Junior Brother Tian, Junior Sister Tan. Congratulations. The moment the red-clad Nangong Yi appeared, the first thing he did was to look at Tianzhen and Tan Huan and congratulate them with a smile. At once, many 5-element sect's disciples' eyes landed on the 2 of them. Don't tell me Senior Sister Tan Huan has also made a breakthrough. Many of them whispered among themselves as they speculated. Tianzhen was still fine. The news of his breakthrough had already spread out half a month ago. Therefore, it was not a secret at all. Senior Brother Yi, why you know about it? Tan Huan, on the other hand, was horrified. She did not expect Nangong Yi to know that she had already made a breakthrough. In fact, other than her and her master, the Peak Master of Water Peak, no one else knew about her breakthrough. Now that Nangong Yi had pointed it out, how could she not be shocked? Chapter 887. Junior Sister Tan, when you came over earlier, there was an instant when your speed was raised to the limit. Even though the heaven and earth phenomenon hadn't condensed into form yet, I was still able to discern that your speed at that time was absolutely not as simple as a 5th level void interpretation. Nangong Yi said with a smile. His already handsome face added a bit of charm for a moment. This caused the group of 5-element sect's female disciples, including Tan Huan, to blush. They were all captivated by Nangong Yi's words and actions. Does this mean that you've arrived a long time ago, Senior Brother Yi? Tan Huan snapped back to reality and looked at Nangong Yi with a charming smile on her beautiful face. I should have arrived a little earlier than you, Junior Sister Tan. Nangong Yi nodded his head. Senior Brother Yi, how about me? At this moment, Tianzhen who was next to them seemed to have recalled something. His eyes flashed as he asked bluntly. You? Nangong Yi smiled. I guess I'm a little earlier than you. Does this mean that you know what happened to Hu Fei earlier, Senior Brother Yi? Tianzhen's eyes lit up as he asked curiously. I'm not too sure about what exactly happened. I've also just arrived not too long ago. However, I believe that many of the senior and junior brothers and senior and junior sisters here have seen the ins and outs of the matter. As Nan Gongyi spoke, he looked at the group of 5-element sect's disciples in the distance. His eyes were filled with wisdom. Senior brother Yi, I know. I know. At this moment, an ordinary-looking female disciple flew out excitedly. In just a moment, she was not far away from Nan Gongyi. She looked at Nan Gongyi excitedly. To the female disciples of 5-element sect, Nan Gong and his brother were undoubtedly the lovers of their dreams. Countless nights, their dreams were filled with the silhouettes of these two strongest young disciples of 5-element sect. How should I address you, junior sister? Nan Gongyi smiled at the female disciple. The latter's face was flushed red, and she felt as though she was about to stop breathing. After a while, she finally regained her senses. She said excitedly and nervously, Senior brother Yi, I am Chen Bai. Junior sister Chen. The smile on Nan Gongyi's face became even more charming. He smiled and comforted her, don't be nervous. Just tell me what happened just now. Yes. Chen Bai nodded and took a deep breath to calm herself down. At this moment, the eyes of the surrounding 5-element sect's female disciples turned red. They could not wait to replace Chen Bai. Chen Bai beat us to it. Why didn't I react? Otherwise, the one in the limelight in front of senior martial brother Yi wouldn't be Chen Bai, but me. Many female disciples said regretfully. In the distance, Duan Lingtian was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. Humph. Those Nangong brothers are just gigolos. Also, in my opinion, they're not even as good-looking as Duan Lingtian. Those love-struck fools are actually so shameless for them. Huang Daniu snorted. It was as though he could not stand the reaction of the group of 5-element sect's female disciples. Daniu. Chen Wei shook his head and smiled. They're popular not only because they're good-looking. Most importantly, it's because they're the most outstanding young disciples in our 5-element sect. In this world where only the strong were respected, a man's charm was not only in his appearance. It was more in his martial strength. If his strength was weak, so what if he was perfect and good-looking? As long as an extremely ugly man was strong enough, he could control his fate with just a wave of his hand. Nangong Yi Chen. Duan Lingtian stood at the side and quietly looked at the blue-clad young man who was standing in the air in the distance. This young man with a cold face and a taciturn expression who did not fit in with his surroundings gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. This feeling was something that Nangong Yi could not give him. I originally thought that with my current strength and the soul's skill 1,000 illusions, I'd be able to dominate the younger generation in the 5-element sect. However, it seems like I've underestimated the 5-element sect. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. He was not completely confident that he could defeat Nangong Yi Chen. Nangong Yi, Tian Zhen, and Tan Huan, who were standing next to Nangong Yi Chen, quickly learned about the ins and outs of the matter from the 5-element sect's female disciple. At this moment, the three of them looked at Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu without blinking. It was as though they wanted to see something from them. Interesting, interesting. Looks like Wood Peak might not be the one who's at the bottom this time. Nangong Yi smiled faintly. This matter did not concern him, so he just let it go. Tian Zhen and Tan Huan, on the other hand, could not be as calm as Nangong Yi. Their faces were extremely solemn. When they looked at each other, they could see the sparks dancing in each other's eyes. If it was really a trick cast by either Duan Lingtian or Huang Daniu, they did not have the confidence to deal with both Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu. After all, even Hu Fei, who was stronger than them, was hit by the trick. Hu Fei was a disciple of Fire Peak, and they admitted that they were no match for him. For this reason, the peak at the bottom of the 5-element sect's 5 peaks could only be decided between Water Peak and Earth Peak. None of them were willing to let the peak they were in be at the bottom. The peak at the bottom would not be able to receive the good cultivation resources from the 5-element sect for the next 3 years. This was because the good cultivation resources had already been distributed to the 4 peaks in front of them. If one had to make an analogy, that was, the peak at the bottom could only eat the leftovers left behind after the other 4 peaks had eaten their fill. But senior brother Hu Fei kept roaring earlier. What did he say about external force? The female disciple added. External force? The moment the female disciple's words left her mouth, Tian Zhen and Tan Huan, who were at loggerheads with each other, suddenly brightened up. If the trick that Hu Fei was hit by was an external force, then they really did not have to worry. This was because during the Battle of the 5 Peaks, the representatives of each peak were not allowed to use any external force, including spirit weapons. They could only fight with their origin energy and concepts empty-handed. The reason for such a requirement was that the 5-element sect did not wish for any of the peak's disciples to have any accidents. Once they used their spirit weapons, even if there was a group of 5-element sect's senior officials present, they might not be able to rescue the 5-element sect's disciples in time when they were in danger. In the past, the 5-element sect had suffered many similar losses. For this reason, in the current Battle of the 5 Peaks, the young representatives of each peak were not allowed to use any external force, including spirit weapons. If they don't use any external force, they're definitely no match for Hu Fei. At the same time, they might not be a match for us either. Tian Zhen and Tan Huan looked at each other tacitly and smiled. Both of them had guessed each other's thoughts. Whoosh! 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 All of a sudden, the wind and clouds in the sky stirred. In the next instant, silhouettes appeared out of thin air one after another. Among these people, there were middle-aged men and old men. Upon seeing these people, the 5-element sect's disciples present on the scene were filled with respect. In the end, they looked at the middle-aged man in plain robes who was the leader with reverence. Sect leader. Sect leader. Sect leader. The group of 5-element sect's disciples bowed respectfully at the middle-aged man in plain robes. He's the sect leader of 5-element sect? For a moment, Duan Lingtian's eyes also landed on the middle-aged man in plain robes. The middle-aged man was dressed in plain robes. His appearance was extremely ordinary, but there was a hint of determination on his face. That pair of calm eyes of his was even more profound, as though they could contain all the rivers in the sea. In the next instant, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to the back and saw Yang Ling and Ku Zheng. At this moment, Yang Ling and Ku Zheng were following behind a middle-aged man in grey robes. This middle-aged man in grey robes, on the other hand, was standing side by side with 3 other people behind the sect leader of 5-element sect. He's the peak master of Wood Peak. Duan Lingtian speculated inwardly. Unlike the sect leader of 5-element sect who had an ordinary appearance, although this peak master of Wood Peak was already middle-aged, and time had left traces of vicissitudes on his face, he must have been a rare handsome man when he was young. Huh. Soon, Duan Lingtian noticed that the peak master of Wood Peak was looking straight at him and nodding at him with a smile. You're Duan Lingtian. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's eardrums trembled slightly when he heard the voice of a middle-aged man that was filled with magnetism. The owner of this voice was undoubtedly the peak master of Wood Peak. Duan Lingtian greets the peak master. Also, thank you for the origin-enhancing fruit that you gave me a few days ago. Duan Lingtian replied through voice transmission. 3rd place. Are you confident? After a moment of silence, the peak master of Wood Peak's voice resonated again. 3rd place. Upon hearing the words of the peak master of Wood Peak, Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment before he regained his senses and realized what he was talking about. It was none other than the specific ranking of the 5 peaks after the Battle of the 5 Peaks today. The peak master of Wood Peak was asking him if he was confident that Wood Peak would be ranked 3rd among the 5 peaks. Peak master, my goal is to be ranked 2nd at the very least. If there's a chance, I'll definitely take the 1st place. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed as he replied through voice transmission. Ha ha ha. Good, good. If you can take the 2nd place, I'll owe you a favor. If you have any requests in the future, as long as it's within my ability and it doesn't endanger the five-element sect, I'll definitely fulfill your request. The Peak Master of Woodpeak's voice transmission was filled with hearty laughter as he made a promise. Thank you, Peak Master. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, this promise from the Peak Master of Woodpeak was no different from a free gift. Hu Fei. What are you doing? All of a sudden, a loud voice resonated in the air and snapped Duan Lingtian back to his senses. Duan Lingtian looked over and only then did he realize that the old man who was standing side by side with the Peak Master of Woodpeak behind the sect leader of Five Element sect was looking at Hu Fei, who was still flying away with a grave expression on his face. The old man had seen Hu Fei's wretched state. This was also the reason why his expression was grave. Spiritual energy. Right at this moment, a short middle-aged fatty next to the old man narrowed his eyes as though he had discovered something. What a powerful spiritual energy! Almost at the same time, Duan Lingtian felt a powerful spiritual energy attacking him. It instantly shattered the illusory space that he created with his soul skill, 1,000 illusions. Which Peak Master is that short fatty from? Chapter 888. He's the Peak Master of Earth Peak, Tian Gu. Chen Wei said. Peak Master of Earth Peak. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. Then, does this mean that he's Tianjin's father? Yes. Chen Wei nodded. Earth Peak, Duan Lingtian was no stranger to Earth Peak. Before he came to the Five-Element sect and was still in Settlement City, the Earth Peak's disciple who was lurking in Wood Peak's stronghold had already tried to tempt him to join Earth Peak with the price of a Grade 2 spirit weapon and a 7th-level concept fragment. Due to this reason, he had long been acquainted with Earth Peak. When Duan Lingtian saw Tian Gu, the Peak Master of Earth Peak, looking at him immediately after he shattered the illusory space with his spiritual energy, he knew that he was the owner of the spiritual energy that created the illusory space. However, he did not mind at all. He looked back at him fearlessly. However, very soon, both Duan Lingtian and Tian Gu shifted their gazes away from each other and shifted their gazes to another place. Unknowingly, the old man who was standing next to Tian Gu disappeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. When he reappeared, he was already standing next to Hu Fei, who was in a panic, beaten up, and battered like a pig. Hu Fei, what were you doing just now? The old man scolded Hu Fei with a solemn face. It did not cross his mind that his proud disciple would end up in such a wretched state today. Not only that, it was in front of a group of Five-Element sect's senior officials and disciples, embarrassing him completely. He's the Peak Master of Fire Peak, Cha Bai. Chen Wei's voice entered clearly into Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian nodded his head. In fact, even if Chen Wei did not say anything, he could already guess the old man's identity. This old man was standing in a row with Tian Gu, the Peak Master of Earth Peak, and the Peak Master of Wood Peak. There were a total of 4 people standing in a row behind the sect leader of Five-Element sect. Based on this, their identities were obvious. They were none other than the Peak Masters of the other 4 peaks in Five-Element sect other than Gold Peak. Master. At this moment, Hu Fei finally regained his senses. When he saw Cha Bai in front of him and noticed the strange gazes that were being directed at him from the surroundings, a chilling gleam flashed across his eyes. Chen Wei, I'm going to kill you. Hu Fei suddenly looked at Duan Lingtian, Huang Daniu, and Chen Wei, who were standing not far away. The flames that rose from his body raged even more violently. He wanted to attack the 3 Duan Lingtian. Pa! A crisp sound of a slap resonated in the air. It was Cha Bai who had raised his hand and slapped Hu Fei, causing half of Hu Fei's face to swell even more. Don't you think that you've embarrassed yourself enough? Cha Bai's gloomy voice was mixed with a hint of anger. After being slapped by Cha Bai, Hu Fei's body trembled all of a sudden. With a jolt, he finally regained his senses and lowered his head in shame. Master, this disciple is useless. I've embarrassed you. However, if they didn't rely on external forces, this disciple wouldn't have ended up in such a pathetic state. Don't worry, Master. Once the Battle of the Five Peaks begins, this disciple will definitely make them regret it for the rest of their lives as long as they dare to make a move. When Hu Fei reached the end of his sentence, he gritted his teeth. His eyes that were filled with hatred flashed with a chilling gleam as he glanced at Duan Lingtian and the other two. Upon hearing Hu Fei's words, the surrounding five-element sect's disciples burst into an uproar. External forces. Hu Fei was made into such a pathetic state by external forces. At this moment, they finally came to a realization. No wonder the situation earlier was so strange. So it turns out that the people from Wood Peak had used external forces to make senior brother Hu Fei suffer such a humiliation. Nobody is allowed to rely on external forces in the Battle of the Five Peaks. Otherwise, it would be considered as a loss. I'm afraid these three people from Wood Peak are going to be in trouble, if they don't admit defeat. I'm looking forward to seeing how senior brother Hu Fei, who has been humiliated, is going to take revenge on the three people from Wood Peak. Many of the five-element sect's disciples began to discuss among themselves. All of them felt that Duan Lingtian and the other two were going to be in trouble. Of course, there were exceptions as well. For example, Nangong and his brother, Tian Gu, the Peak Master of Earth Peak, Wood Peak, and the two old men behind him, Yang Ling and Ku Zheng. Senior brother Yang, looks like these three little fellows have helped you to vent your anger. Ku Zheng said to Yang Ling with a smile. Yang Ling nodded his head lightly. However, one could not see any fluctuation in his emotions. At this moment, his gaze landed on Hu Fei's body. After consuming the healing medicinal pill, the wounds on his face were healing at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Traces of complicated light flashed across his eyes. After 10 years, he realized that when he faced this disciple who had betrayed him in the past again, he was no longer as angry as before. Everything seemed to have faded away now. As expected, time could dilute everything. Now, the peak masters of the other 4 peaks, please gather with the young representatives of the other 4 peaks. Half an hour later, the Battle of the 5 Peaks will begin. At that time, the 5 peaks will be ranked again. According to the ranking, the resources that each peak will enjoy in the next 3 years will be decided. Soon after, the sect leader of the 5-element sect announced in a loud voice. At once, the 3 peak masters behind the sect leader of the 5-element sect spread out one by one with the elders behind them and flew to the side of the sky not far away. For example, the peak master of Wood Peak brought Yang Ling and Ku Zheng to the side of Duan Lingtian and the other 2. Peak Master. After Duan Lingtian and the other 2 greeted the peak master of Wood Peak with a smile, they looked at Yang Ling and Ku Zheng and greeted both of them as well. During this time, Duan Lingtian learned the name of the peak master of Wood Peak from Qin Wei's voice transmission, Qiyu. As for the sect leader of 5-element sect, his name was Guochong. Tian Gu, the peak master of Earth Peak, brought along an Earth Peak elder and gathered with Tian Zhen. Father. Tian Zhen greeted Tian Gu respectfully. As for the other 2 people beside him, they also addressed Tian Gu as peak master. Yes. Tian Gu nodded his head with a smile. However, even though there was a smile on his face, there was a hint of worry in between his brows as though he was worried about something. Father, don't worry. I'll definitely defeat the 2 young powerhouses that Wood Peak found. I won't let Earth Peak be at the bottom. Tianjin seemed to have guessed what his father was worried about, so he comforted him. No. Upon hearing Tianjin's words, Tian Gu shook his head. Huh? Tianjin was puzzled. Zhener, your opponent this time is not the 2 people from Wood Peak. It's Tan Huan from Water Peak. When Tian Gu reached this part of the sentence, he looked into the distance. There, Tan Huan was gathered with a middle-aged woman. The middle-aged woman was none other than Yu Fang, the peak master of Water Peak. For a mere woman to become the peak master of Water Peak, one of the 5 peaks of 5-element sect, Yu Fang was naturally not a simple person. Her cultivation base was not inferior to Cha Bai and Tian Gu at all. Father, I might not be able to win against Tan Huan. She has also made a breakthrough to the 6th level void interpretation. Tianjin smiled wryly. In the past, when he and Tan Huan were both 5th level void interpretation martial artists, they had fought before. At that time, he was slightly inferior to her. Initially, he thought he could defeat Tan Huan after he had made a breakthrough to the 6th level void interpretation. He did not expect Tan Huan to have made a breakthrough as well. What? Tian Gu was shocked. She has made a breakthrough as well. Looks like our Earth Peak is really in danger this time. Jinner, you must try your best to defeat Tan Huan. Otherwise, our Earth Peak will be quiet for 3 years. Father, what are you talking about? Even if I can't win against Tan Huan, that Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu from Wood Peak might not be a match for me as well. I heard that they're only 5th level void interpretation martial artists. Tianjin said. Humph. Tian Gu snorted coldly. Do you think a person who can make Hu Fei so wretched would be a 5th level void interpretation martial artist? Tianjin was stunned for a moment before he continued, Father, didn't Hu Fei say so earlier? It's because the 3 people from Wood Peak relied on external forces that made him so wretched. However, external forces are not allowed in the Battle of the 5 Peaks. A confident smile appeared on Tianjin's face when he reached this point. If they don't rely on external forces, it won't be difficult for me to defeat them. External forces? Tian Gu sneered. Hu Fei said it was an external force, but you really think it's an external force? Looks like the name I gave you back then was right. Tianjin, naive. Father, what do you mean by that? Tianjin faintly sensed that something was amiss. His face turned solemn immediately. You should know that other than being a martial artist, I'm also an inscription master who studies the Tao of inscriptions. I can release my spiritual energy. Do you know that I was the one who saved Hu Fei earlier? Tian Gu said. Father, I know you're an inscription master, and I know that inscription masters can release their spiritual energy. However, you said you were the one who saved Hu Fei. What do you mean by that? Tianjin asked with a puzzled expression. If I'm not mistaken, Hu Fei should be in a place similar to an illusory realm. That illusory realm was constructed with spiritual energy as the foundation. Tian Gu took a deep breath and voiced his speculation in a low voice. What? Illusory realm? Or is it an illusory realm constructed with spiritual energy? Tianjin's eyes narrowed as he exclaimed in shock, don't tell me that Duan Lingtian and the other 2 have some kind of special demon beast that has an innate soul brand and can cast soul skills before entering the Emperor stage. Humph. If that's a demon beast's technique, then it's also an external force. It won't affect the Battle of the 5 Peaks. Tian Gu snorted and said in fear, however, the problem is. After I used my spiritual energy to destroy the illusory realm constructed with spiritual energy, I realized that the owner of the spiritual energy was Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. When the 3 words entered Tianjin's ears, it was like a sudden clap of thunder that caused his expression to change drastically. Father, you mean that Duan Lingtian is able to construct an illusory realm with his spiritual force? Don't tell me he's a demon. Tianjin gasped. Shock was written all over his face. Demon. Even the weakest demon was in existence at the first level of the void transformation stage, and a single move was sufficient to defeat him. Of course not. Even though his spiritual energy is pretty good, it's still far from the spiritual energy of a void transformation stage martial artist. I'm guessing that it's very likely that he's a variant born from a human and a demon, a heaven-defying variant that possesses an innate ability. Chapter 889. Variant. Tianjin's eyes narrowed when he heard that. Shock was written all over his face. Naturally, he had heard of the variant before. They were either mediocre or heaven-defying. Duan Lingtian was obviously the latter. Innate ability. He's casting his innate ability. Tianjin exclaimed through voice transmission as he looked at Tiangu with dread in his eyes. That's the only possibility. Tiangu nodded. His face was extremely solemn. After all, a human who was neither a demon nor a powerhouse like Emperor Wu could only be a variant if he wanted to cast something similar to a soul skill with his spiritual energy. However, Tiangu would never have thought of that. Duan Lingtian was able to construct an illusory space with his spiritual energy not because he was a variant, but because he had inherited a soul brand deep in his soul. That soul brand was made by an inscription master. Perhaps that inscription master's cultivation wasn't high, but his persistence in the Tao of inscriptions was shocking. This could be seen from the fact that he was able to research the soul brand. Father, I'll do my best. After learning about Duan Lingtian's background, Tianjin no longer had any thoughts of competing with Wood Peak. His attention was completely focused on a woman in the distance. Water Peak, Tan Huan. For Earth Peak, he must win. 2 representatives of the younger generation from each peak. Duan Lingtian was surprised when he learned about the rules of the Battle of the 5 Peaks from Qiyu, the peak master of Wood Peak. In the Battle of the 5 Peaks, each of the 5 peaks of the 5 Element sect would send out 2 representatives. The 2 representatives had to be disciples of the younger generation. You and Daniel will be the representatives of Wood Peak. Work hard. Yang Ling said to Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniel with a smile. Don't worry, Elder Yang. Duan Lingtian and I will definitely obtain the first place in the Battle of the 5 Peaks for Wood Peak and let Wood Peak ascend to the top of the 5 peaks. Huang Daniel said confidently as he waved his fist. The reason he dared to say so was because he had confidence in Duan Lingtian. It was precisely because of this that he felt they had full confidence in assisting the Wood Peak to seize the first in the Battle of the 5 Peaks. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Of course, he could guess what Huang Daniel was thinking. He felt that Huang Daniel had underestimated the people from Gold Peak. One had to know that even he did not dare to say that he was completely confident. On Jin Feng's side, the 2 Nangong brothers would definitely go up together. He was not afraid of Nangong Yi, but he had no choice but to be afraid of Nangong Chen. Nangong Chen was the same as him. They were both inscriptionists. Perhaps, Nangong Chen's attainment in the Tao of inscription was far inferior to his. However, as an inscription master, Nangong Chen could control his own spiritual energy at will. Furthermore, Nangong's spiritual power was at the same level as Hu Yuhao's spiritual power. Hu Yuhao's soul skill, 1,000 illusions, was of no use. There's no need for first place. It's enough if we can get second place. Qiyu shook his head before looking at Duan Lingtian. He smiled and said, Don't you agree, Duan Lingtian? I'll do my best. Duan Lingtian replied seriously. I believe in you. Qiyu nodded his head. On Gold Peak's side, which was also where Guocheng, the sect leader of the 5 Elements sect, was at. At this moment, there were 2 figures next to Guocheng. They were 2 young men who looked exactly the same. They were a pair of twins. One of them was dressed in red while the other one was dressed in green. They were none other than Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi. Both of them were Guocheng's direct disciples, and they were also his only 2 disciples. Even if he only had these 2 disciples, it was enough for Guocheng to be proud of himself. It was enough to make many people envious. Whether it was Nangong Chen or Nangong Yi, both of them were martial Tao geniuses with extraordinary innate talent. They were only in their early 30s, but they were already the leader of the younger generation in the 5 Elements sect. There's no problem, right? Guocheng suddenly asked. It was obvious that he was asking his two direct disciples next to him. He's no match for Duan Lingtian. The surprising thing was, the person who spoke first was not Nangong Yi. Instead, it was Nangong Chen who had a cold expression on his face. When Nangong Chen answered Guo Chang's question, it was obvious that the cold expression on his face had eased up a little. Oh. Guo Chang's eyes lit up as he asked curiously, "What do you mean?" "Master, that Duan Lingtian is a little monster." According to me and second, Nangong Yi was just about to say, "Second brother," when he noticed Nangong Chen's cold gaze that was as sharp as a knife. He could only swallow the word "brother" back down. After swallowing the word back down, he continued to say, "According to our speculations, Duan Lingtian should be a variant." Variant? The moment Nangong Yi's words left his mouth, Guo Chang's eyes narrowed as a shocked expression appeared on his face. As the sect leader of the five-element sect, he naturally knew what the word variant meant. A variant was either mediocre or heaven-defying. It was obvious that Duan Lingtian was not the former. "Why do you think he's a variant?" Guo Chong asked. Nangong Yi took a deep breath and told him everything that he had learned so far. Naturally, he was talking about how Duan Lingtian made fun of Hu Fei. "Chen, are you sure it's Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy that created the illusion?" When Guo Chong heard this, he looked at Nangong Chen with a solemn expression on his face. Although he had noticed Hu Fei's abnormality when he first arrived, he thought it was Duan Lingtian and the other two who had used some external force when he heard Hu Fei mentioning something about an external force. It did not cross his mind that it was not an external force but Duan Lingtian, the variant's innate ability. Yes. Nangong Chen nodded his head firmly. He was extremely certain. Guo Chong took a deep breath. He knew this disciple of his very well. If he did not have 100% confidence, he would not have nodded his head. "What's the level of his spiritual energy?" Guo Chong continued to ask. "It's not inferior to mine." Nangong Chen replied truthfully. 7th level void interpretation. Guo Chang's eyes narrowed as he said in shock, "No wonder you said is not a match for him. It seems like he's either hiding his cultivation base or he's consumed a spirit fruit that can improve his soul." As the sect leader of the five-element sect, Guo Chong was very knowledgeable. In just a short moment, he had already guessed many things. "Chen, how confident are you that you can defeat him?" Guo Chong asked, 90%. Nangong Chen pondered for a moment before replying. "You're not 100% confident." Guo Chong frowned. Gold Peak had always been the #1 peak in the five-element sect. No matter how many years had passed, its position had never changed. However, if Gold Peak was defeated by Wood Peak today, the legend that Gold Peak had created in the five-element sect would be broken. That was not something he wanted to see. No. Nangong Chen shook his head and stared coldly at the purple figure in the distance. "He gives me a very dangerous feeling. I am not sure if a miracle will happen on him." "A miracle?" When he heard Nangong Chen's words, Guo Chong frowned. Then, he smiled and said, "That's right. After all, he is a variant." On Cloud Continent, variants, especially those who possessed innate abilities, were known as the favored children of the heavens. In the history of the five-element sect, there had never been a variant. However, today, when Guo Chong was in charge of the five-element sect, an anomaly had appeared. Just this point alone was enough to make the later generations of the five-element sect remember him forever. At that point they would say, "In the past, our five-element sect had a sect leader named Guo Chong. During the era when he was in charge of the sect, a variant appeared in the sect. A variant with an innate ability." On Fire Peak's side, Cha Bai, the peak master of Fire Peak, had a grave expression on his face. His eyes that were staring at the few people from Wood Peak seemed to be burning with extreme fury. It was a fury that could burn everything into ashes. To him, it was a humiliation that his direct disciple was humiliated in such a way. It was a naked humiliation. Duan Lingtian, Huang Daniu. As long as you dare to fight with me, even if I can't kill you, I'll definitely cripple you. Only then can I, Hu Fei, vent the hatred in my heart. It was as though there were only 2 young men left in the world in Hu Fei's eyes. His eyes that were staring at the 2 of them were filled with intense red as though he was about to devour them. On Water Peak's side. Huaner, you've already made a breakthrough to the 6th level void interpretation. It shouldn't be a problem for you to suppress the 2 people from Wood Peak. However, I still hope that you can suppress Tianzhen as well so that Water Peak can continue to be the 3rd peak of the 5 Elements sect. Yu Fang, the Peak Master of Water Peak, said solemnly. Don't worry, Master. I'll definitely give it my all. Tan Huan nodded her head heavily. Currently, other than the 4 young disciples from Gold Peak and Wood Peak who were already in their positions, there were 3 more people from Fire Peak, Water Peak, and Earth Peak besides Hu Fei, Tan Huan, and Tianzhen. Soon, half an hour had passed by. Same old rules. Guocheng, the sect leader of the 5 Elements sect, glanced at the peak masters of the other 4 peaks and said slowly. Just when the 4 peak masters of the 5 Elements sect narrowed their eyes and the surrounding 5 Elements sect's disciples were staring at them intently, Guocheng spoke. Whoosh! 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 As Guocheng raised his hand, 10 streaks of light shot up into the sky and disappeared into the clouds in just a blink of an eye. What's going on? Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu were puzzled. They had just arrived at the 5 Elements sect not long ago, and this was their first time experiencing the Battle of the 5 Peaks. It was also their first time witnessing such a scene. It's 10 pieces of paper. On the pieces of paper, the numbers 1 to 10 are written. The 10 young talents from the 5 peaks will fight against each other according to the numbers written on the paper until the final ranking is determined, Chen Wei explained. The Battle of the 5 Peaks is divided into 2 stages, the individual battle and the group battle. This is the first stage, the individual battle. Duan Lingtian finally understood. Huang Daniu's eyes narrowed as he exclaimed in shock, those are actually 10 pieces of paper. Oh my goodness. As expected of the sect leader. His strength is really terrifying. If he throws those pieces of paper at me, wouldn't I be in grave danger? Compared to Huang Daniu who was making a fuss over nothing, Duan Lingtian had a calm expression. Guocheng, the sect leader of the 5 Elements sect, had most likely already reached the peak of the void. To a powerhouse at the peak of the void, even a piece of paper could be turned into a lethal weapon in their hands. Whoosh! 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 Chapter 890. The spinning pieces of paper would occasionally reveal the numbers on them. Seeing that the pieces of paper were getting closer and closer, the 5 peak masters, including Guocheng, the sect leader of 5 Elements sect and the peak master of Gold Peak, made their moves at the same time. Whoosh! As Guocheng raised his hand, a gush of invisible energy rose up into the sky and swept toward the 10 pieces of paper. It was so fierce that it set off a series of ear-piercing explosions in the air. Boom! 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 Qiyu, the peak master of Wood Peak, Cha Bai, Yu Fang, and Tian Gu, the peak master of Earth Peak, made their moves almost at the same time. However, their speed was not as fast as Guocheng's. Whoosh! Whoosh! Very soon, 2 of the pieces of paper seemed to be pulled by 2 invisible forces and instantly transformed into 2 bolts of lightning that shot toward Guocheng at lightning speed. Guocheng grabbed them casually. Just like that, he obtained the 2 pieces of paper from Gold Peak. Number 1, number 10. Duan Lingtian's eyes were sharp. When the two pieces of paper were pulled toward Guocheng, he had already seen the numbers on them. He knew that these were the numbers that Guocheng had chosen. He must have chosen these two numbers to benefit Gold Peak. Whoosh! Whoosh! The second person to obtain two pieces of paper was Chi Yu, the Peak Master of Wood Peak. He was widely acknowledged as the second strongest person in Five Elements sect by most of the people. The two pieces of paper he obtained were number 5 and number 6. It was obvious that he had deliberately chosen them. As for the other three Peak Masters, they were evenly matched. In the end, they completely messed up the remaining 6 pieces of paper and randomly picked 2 of them. Take this. Chi Yu passed the 2 pieces of paper in his hand to Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu. Duan Lingtian obtained number 5 while Huang Daniu obtained number 6. What's the use of this? Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu looked at each other with a puzzled expression on their faces. The individual battles of the Battle of the Five Peaks will start from the beginning and end of the battle. For example, number 1 and number 10 will fight the first battle while number 2 and number 9 will fight the second battle. Chen Wei explained, so on and so forth. Number 5 and number 6 will fight the fifth battle. This is the first round. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. In this way, Daniu and I will go against each other in the first round. After that, we who represent the Wood Peak can discuss who will advance first. That's it. Chen Wei nodded. No wonder Sect Master took number 1 and number 10. He had the same idea. Duan Lingtian finally understood. Soon, the Battle of the Five Peaks began. The first battle. Number 1 versus number 10. Gold Peak, number 1 Nangong Chen, number 10 Nangong Yi. Number 10 Nangong Yi advanced to the next round. Duan Lingtian frowned. He did not expect that it would be Nangong Yi who advanced. Logically speaking, since Nangong Chen knows that I can use spiritual energy to construct an illusory realm and the level of my spiritual energy, then he should know that Nangong Yi is not a match for me. But why did he still let Nangong Yi advance? Duan Lingtian was puzzled by this. Soon after, he came to a sudden realization after hearing Chen Wei's explanation. In the individual battles of the Battle of the Five Peaks, the people who were eliminated earlier can issue a challenge to anyone other than the person who admitted defeat or lost to them. This was Chen Wei's original words. This continued until the specific ranking of the individual battles was decided. Therefore, Nangong Yi's advancement did not mean that Nangong Chen did not have the chance to compete for the top rankings. Instead, he would become the last person to help Gold Peak ascend to the top at the critical moment. As for the two of you, I also suggest that we let Daniu advance first. Duan Lingtian, you should recuperate for now. Unless the other 8 people from the other 4 peaks are no match for Daniu, then Daniu can win the first place. Otherwise, you still have a chance to surpass Daniu's ranking. Chen Wei continued. Duan Lingtian nodded. As for Daniu, there was no problem. He admitted that he was not a match for Duan Lingtian, so he might as well let Duan Lingtian rest while he fought first. In any case, in the end, the person who fought for the top rankings of the individual battles for Wood Peak would be Duan Lingtian. After number 10 Nangong Yi advanced, number 2 would fight number 9. Number 2, another female disciple of Water Peak. Number 9, Hu Fei of Fire Peak. Facing Hu Fei, the female disciple of Water Peak was very self-aware and directly admitted defeat. Number 9 Hu Fei advanced. The Battle of the Five Peaks continued. Number 3 would fight number 8. Number 3, Tian Jin of Earth Peak. Number 8, another male disciple of Earth Peak. Tian Jin admitted defeat. Just like Nangong Chen, he would recuperate and wait for the results to be out before initiating a challenge to get a good ranking for Earth Peak. Number 8, another male disciple of Earth Peak advanced. Number 4 would fight number 7. Number 4, another male disciple of Fire Peak. Number 7, Tan Huan of Water Peak. Number 7, Tan Huan advanced. Then, it was number 5 and number 6, Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu's turn. Duan Lingtian admitted defeat while Huang Daniu advanced. The results of the first round were out just like that. Coincidentally, the ones who admitted defeat in the first round were number 1 to number 5. Number 6 to number 10 had all advanced. They were respectively, Huang Daniu, Tan Huan, another male disciple of Earth Peak, Hu Fei, and Nangong Yi. They continued to fight head to tail. In the first round, Huang Daniu was up against Nangong Yi. Both of them stood in the air, facing each other. Daniu, this Nangong Yi has already broken through to the 7th level void interpretation. Even if you admit defeat in this round, nobody will laugh at you. This was what Chen Wei told Huang Daniu before he entered the arena. However, Huang Daniu still entered the arena without any hesitation. According to him, it was a 7th level void interpretation. It was rare for him to have a fight with a 7th level void interpretation martial artist. Moreover, there was no danger to his life, so he did not want to miss it. This Huang Daniu actually dares to fight with senior brother Yi. He must be tired of living. Senior brother Yi is a 7th level void interpretation powerhouse. I heard that this Huang Daniu is only a 5th level void interpretation martial artist. I really don't know where he got his courage from to fight with senior brother Yi. Senior martial brother Yi will be able to defeat him easily in one move. The group of 5 element sect's disciples who were watching by the side discussed animatedly. Nobody thought that Huang Daniu would be a match for Nangong Yi. I heard that you're one of the 2 strongest people among the younger generation in the 5 element sect. Your cultivation base has already broken through to the 7th level void interpretation. I wonder if you dare to fight with me there. Huang Daniu ignored the discussion around him. He looked at Nangong Yi seriously and pointed his finger at the cliff beside the gold peak. Upon hearing Huang Daniu's words, Nangong Yi raised his eyebrows and asked, "You've comprehended the earth concept?" It was obvious that he had guessed Huang Daniu's intention. He wanted to borrow the earth energy from the earth concept to fight with him. Yes. Of course, you can reject it. Huang Daniu said, however, even if you reject it, I'll still fight with you. Even if I know that I'll lose. At this moment, the group of 5 element sect's disciples who were watching by the side quieted down. It was obvious that they wanted to know if Nangong Yi would agree to Huang Daniu's ridiculous request. Why should I reject it? Nangong Yi smiled and answered Huang Daniu. As expected of senior brother Yi. He knows that the other party has comprehended the earth concept. As long as he's close to the ground, he'll be able to borrow the earth energy. However, he still agreed to his unreasonable request. This is courage. Ordinary people might not even have it. Of course. Do you think that everyone is like senior brother Yi? Senior brother Yi, go for it. I believe that even if he borrows the earth energy, he's still not a match for you. Senior brother Yi, make Huang Daniu accept his defeat wholeheartedly. The group of 5 element sect's disciples shouted excitedly. They were full of confidence in Nangong Yi. Whoosh! Huang Daniu flew out and arrived at the side of the Gold Peak's cliff in just a moment. He slowly closed his eyes and let out a long sigh as if he was sensing something. In just a moment, strands of solidified khaki energy appeared on Huang Daniu's body and began to roll as if it was resonating with the earth. At this moment, Nangong Yi appeared in front of Huang Daniu. He could not help but feel surprised when he saw the energy rolling around Huang Daniu's body. Looks like I've still underestimated you. Nangong Yi muttered to himself. Whoosh! Unknowingly, the solidified khaki energy around Huang Daniu's body seemed to have completed a brand new transformation as it emitted a terrifying aura. In the next moment, the heaven and earth phenomenon began to form above Huang Daniu's head. Silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared out of thin air one after another. They were majestic and their numbers continued to increase as if there was no end to it. 50. 70. 100. It was still increasing. Gradually, the increase slowed down and finally stopped there. 185 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons hovered above Huang Danyu's head. 185 pairs of sharp eyes looked down at Nangong Yi as though they would pounce on him at any moment. How's this possible? This Huang Danyu is actually so strong. The 185 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons in front of them gave the group of 5 element sect's disciples a great shock. Even Tan Huan from Water Peak and Tian Zhen from Earth Peak had dread written all over their faces. 6th level void interpretation, 6th level intermediate earth concept, coupled with the earth energy that you borrowed from your earth concept. You're qualified to fight with me now. Nangong Yi opened his mouth slowly and directly pointed out Huang Danyu's background. The 6th level void interpretation had the strength of 80 ancient horned dragons when his origin energy was fully unleashed. The 6th level intermediate earth concept was equivalent to the strength of 70 ancient horned dragons. The earth energy borrowed from this level of earth concept was equivalent to the strength of 35 ancient horned dragons. It was also half of the energy contained in the earth concept. In total, it was equivalent to the strength of 185 ancient horned dragons. I'm looking forward to the battle with you. Huang Danyu took a deep breath and stared at Nangong Yi with a burning gaze. Putting everything else aside, I, Huang Danyu, admire you for your courage to let me borrow the earth energy from my earth concept to fight with you. Ha! Interesting, interesting. Faced with the straightforward Huang Danyu, Nangong Yi had a good impression of him. He laughed out loud as the origin energy on his body stirred and transformed into waves of blue waves that swept across his entire body. Chapter 891. When did Danyu comprehend the 6th level intermediate earth concept? Duan Lingtian could not help but be stunned when he saw the 185 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Huang Danyu's head. He did not find it strange that Huang Danyu's cultivation base had broken through to the 6th level void interpretation. After all, Huang Danyu had consumed an origin-enhancing fruit just like him. The medicinal efficacy of the origin-enhancing fruit was enough to help Huang Danyu break through. What surprised Duan Lingtian was that Huang Danyu had actually comprehended the 6th level intermediate earth concept. He still remembered when he first met Huang Danyu a month ago, Huang Danyu had only comprehended the 5th level intermediate earth concept. In other words, his current 6th level intermediate earth concept was something he'd only comprehended recently. Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of air flowing could be heard. It attracted Duan Lingtian's attention. The heaven and earth energy above Nangong Yi who was confronting Huang Danyu began to stir. Subsequently, it quickly gathered to form the heaven and earth phenomenon. 100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared first. It was as if they were telling the people around Nangong Yi's current cultivation base. 7th level void interpretation. Subsequently, another 90 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared. They wriggled down and were ready to attack. 8th level intermediate water concept. Duan Lingtian's eyes could not help but narrow when he saw this. He did not expect Nangong Yi's strength to be so strong. Other than having an extraordinary cultivation base, he had even comprehended the 8th level void interpretation concept. Without using any spirit weapon, Nangong Yi's strength was equivalent to 190 ancient horned dragon strength. Compared to Huang Danyu who relied on his earth concept to borrow the earth energy, he was even more powerful. He had an extra strength of 5 ancient horned dragons. 7th level void interpretation. 8th level intermediate water concept. Seeing the strength that Nangong Yi displayed, Huang Danyu turned pale with fright. After taking a deep breath, Huang Danyu's expression gradually calmed down as he stared at Nangong Yi. Although the difference of the strength of 5 ancient horned dragons was still a little huge, with the help of the earth energy, it was enough for him to contend with it. The earth energy gave him an additional strength of 35 ancient horned dragons. If he did not borrow the earth energy from the earth concept, the gap between him and Nangong Yi would not be as simple as just the strength of 5 ancient horned dragons. Instead, it was the strength of 40 ancient horned dragons. The difference of the strength of 40 ancient horned dragons was enough for Nangong Yi to easily defeat him in one blow. Senior Martial Brother Yi is so strong. No wonder Senior Martial Brother Yi agreed to Huang Danyu's unreasonable request. It turns out that he wasn't afraid of Huang Danyu at all. So what if this Huang Danyu borrowed the power of the earth? He's still not as good as Senior Martial Brother Yi. Many of the 5-element sect's younger generation disciples who were spectating stared at Nangong Yi with burning eyes. In their eyes, Nangong Yi was an existence that they could not surpass and could only look up to. At the same time, he was also the future pillar of the 5-element sect. Come on. Nangong Yi was surrounded by a light shield formed by aqua-blue waves. He looked at Huang Danyu with a smile on his face. The moment Huang Danyu heard this, he took a deep breath. The muscles all over his body bulged as the khaki energy around his body began to surge. In the next moment, a part of the khaki energy separated and quickly consolidated into a stone platform under his feet. The moment the stone platform appeared, Huang Danyu made his move. Boom! Huang Danyu's feet landed on the stone platform and made a deafening sound. In an instant, the stone platform cracked. Cracks began to appear on it and spread out in all directions. They intertwined with each other and looked like a spider web. The cracks spread all over the stone platform in an instant. With a loud bang, the stone platform exploded and turned into dust. Whoosh! At the same time, Huang Danyu, who borrowed the force from the stone platform, shot out like a cannonball and charged toward Nangong Yi. He lifted his hand and threw a punch. Whoosh! The punch was like a landslide. The vast khaki energy swept out like a khaki divine dragon and pounced toward Nangong Yi with bared fangs and claws. At the same time, 185 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons charged out from the void above Huang Danyu's head and charged toward the 190 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Nangong Yi's head. Boom! 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 Huang Danyu unleashed his full strength the moment he attacked. The punch that contained the strength of 185 ancient horned dragons shook the air and set off a series of ear-piercing explosions. A Danyu who borrows the earth's energy. Even I can't take one punch from him without using my soul skill. The scene before him made Duan Lingtian feel extremely complicated. He suddenly felt that he seemed to have been overly reliant on his soul skill since the beginning. Of course, he knew in his heart that the reason he was so reliant on his soul skill, the 1,000 illusions, was because it was the most powerful technique he possessed now. The level of his spiritual energy was higher than his cultivation base, which also meant that the effect of his soul skill would be greater than his own strength. Perhaps, after my cultivation base broke through to the 6th level void interpretation, my spiritual energy did not break through to the 7th level void interpretation as well. It might not be a bad thing for me. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. One had to admit that the existence of the soul skill, the 1,000 illusions, had affected Duan Lingtian's desire to improve to a certain extent. At the very least, he had slacked off on the cultivation of his martial skill. Duan Lingtian hadn't cultivated the 9 Dragons' Radiant Flash since he'd stepped into the initial stage in Drift Cloud Town, and he'd instead wholeheartedly immersed himself in the improvement of his cultivation and comprehension of his concept. Boom! A loud noise resonated in the air, causing Duan Lingtian, who was distracted, to regain his senses. He lifted his head and looked at the source of the noise. He saw that in the face of Huang Danyu's ferocious punch that contained the strength of 185 ancient horned dragons, Nangong Yi actually did not avoid it at all and greeted it head-on. He also threw out a punch and collided with Huang Danyu's fist. In an instant, the khaki-colored energy and the aqua-blue energy collided with each other. After a deafening loud noise resonated in the air, it set off a series of terrifying air explosion sounds. At the same time, the airflow in the air was continuously compressed and exploded, causing waves after waves of violent winds to sweep out in all directions in a continuous and unending manner. Whoosh! 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 The violent wind wreaked havoc, causing the robes of the people present to flutter and flutter loudly. Some of the five-element sect's disciples with a lower cultivation base even turned pale. They could not help but take a few steps back and squint their eyes to withstand the violent wind that was blowing in their faces. Everyone, including Duan Lingtian, who was not afraid of the violent wind, looked at the changes in the field with a solemn expression. Since Nangong Yi chose to fight head-on with Huang Danyu, it was obvious that he also had the intention to fight Huang Danyu head-on. Fighting Huang Danyu with a single blow might seem simple, but there were many tricks involved in it. First of all, one could gain the upper hand by striking first. Huang Danyu had taken all the advantages. Under such a premise, even if Nangong Yi's strength was 5 ancient horned dragons more than Huang Danyu's, nobody dared to say that he could defeat Huang Danyu head-on. Boom! 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 In the distance, the sound of air explosion continued to resound. The airflow in the air swept out and set off gusts of violent wind that spread out in all directions. In the field, Nangong Yi and Huang Danyu's bodies came to a halt in the air as their fists collided with each other. The waves of aqua-blue energy seemed to form waves of stormy waves that crashed out one after another. It was as though it wanted to blast away the obstacles in front of it. The khaki-colored energy on the other side was not any weaker. The rolling energy continued to rush out and formed a strange resonance with the nearby gold peak. The two of them were in a stalemate. They were equally matched. This Huang Danyu is actually so strong after borrowing the earth energy. He can even fight senior brother Yi to a draw. One of the five-element sect's disciples could not help but exclaim. No matter what the result is today, this Huang Danyu will definitely become famous in our five-element sect and become a new young powerhouse in our five-element sect. With Huang Danyu's strength and the earth energy, I'm afraid only senior brother Chen and senior brother Yi can be a match for him in our five-element sect. Even senior brother Hu Fei can't do it. That's right. Although senior brother Hu Fei has also made a breakthrough to the 7th level void interpretation, he has only comprehended the 7th level void interpretation concept. When he unleashes his full strength with his bare hands, he's weaker than senior brother Yi by 10 ancient horned dragons. He's also weaker than Huang Danyu by 5 ancient horned dragons. If they were to fight head-on, I'm afraid senior brother Hu Fei won't be a match for Huang Danyu. However, this Huang Danyu can only borrow the earth energy to possess such a powerful strength in a specific environment. Senior brother Hu Fei can definitely stay away from this specific environment that's beneficial to Huang Danyu. That's true as well. The group of five-element sect's disciples discussed animatedly. Their words could not help but compare Huang Danyu and Hu Fei. This Huang Danyu, he actually has such strength? Upon hearing these words, Hu Fei's face turned extremely grave. Not long ago, when he found out from some of the Fire Peak's disciples that the person who slapped him twice was Huang Danyu, he could not wait to tear Huang Danyu into pieces and burn his bones into ashes. Initially, he thought that someone like Huang Danyu was destined to be tortured by him no matter what the situation was. However, only now did he realize that if Huang Danyu borrowed the earth energy and did not use any spirit weapon, it was almost impossible for him to be a match for Huang Danyu. This made him feel ashamed and resentful. If it was his turn to fight with Huang Danyu, and Huang Danyu insisted on acting shamelessly and stayed at the side of Gold Peak, he would really not be able to do anything to Huang Danyu. The Battle of the Five Peaks did not seem to have any rule that stated that one could not borrow the earth energy. At that time, they would most likely be judged as a draw. He did not have the confidence to defeat Huang Daniu, who had borrowed the earth energy. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Nangong Yi and Huang Daniu continued to be in a stalemate. The strength in their hands continued to surge out and collided with each other violently. They were evenly matched, and it was difficult to determine the winner. That's Chapter 892. Just when Duan Lingtian fixed his gaze on Nangong Yi's fist, the aqua-blue energy on the surface of Nangong Yi's fist suddenly shrunk as though it was being squeezed together. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the aqua-blue energy around Nangong Yi's fist suddenly shrunk and twined around his fist. As he shrunk his energy, Huang Daniu's energy was completely released. The energy that seemed to have transformed into a khaki-colored divine dragon as it rushed toward Nangong Yi with a crushing force. Senior Brother Yi. At this moment, most of the Five Element sect's young disciples could not help but feel their hearts in their mouths as they looked at Nangong Yi worriedly. In their opinion, Nangong Yi had already fallen into a disadvantageous position. Don't worry. Don't worry. Even if Senior Brother Yi loses, Huang Daniu still has an unfair advantage. Senior Brother Yi did not use the earth energy at all. Many of the Gold Peak's disciples comforted themselves. Including Duan Lingtian, the peak masters of the 5 peaks of 5 Element sect, as well as the elders beside them, thought differently from the 5 Element sect's disciples. The layman would just watch the show while the expert would know the skill. It seemed like Nangong Yi had shrunk the energy on his fist and allowed Huang Daniu to gain the upper hand. However, in reality, he was already preparing for his next move. Just when the group of 5 Element sect's disciples broke out in cold sweat for Nangong Yi and when Duan Lingtian's eyes were completely focused, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Nangong Yi made his move. Whoosh! Nangong Yi took a step forward and welcomed Huang Daniu's punch that contained a vast amount of energy. In the eyes of the others, it was no different from suicide. Senior Brother Yi. Upon seeing this, many of the 5 Element sect's female disciples were so frightened that they could not help but cry out. It was at this moment that the blue energy around Nangong Yi's fist, which seemed to have turned into liquid, suddenly exploded as he clashed with Huang Daniu with his fist once again. Boom! A terrifying power blossomed from Nangong Yi's fist and exploded. In Duan Lingtian's eyes, this scene was no different from a bomb explosion on Earth in his previous life. After the power of Nangong Yi's fist exploded, all that was left in front of the spectators was a watery blue sky. It was as if half of the sky had been dyed blue. At this moment, one could vaguely see 2 figures colliding with each other behind the blue sky. Suddenly, one of the figures with a medium build leaned forward and maintained his punching posture, not moving at all. On the other hand, another tall figure flew out like an arrow leaving the bow. At the same time, he opened his mouth and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood into the sky. He let out a few muffled groans. Boom! Almost at the same time, a terrifying loud sound rang out, and a vast gale swept in all directions, blowing away even the blue sky. In the distance, Nangong Yi stood in the sky with a graceful bearing. On the other hand, Huang Daniu stood even further away in a sorry state, and his countenance that was ghastly pale recovered slightly after consuming a healing medicinal pill. You're very strong. I, Huang Daniu, wholeheartedly accept my loss. Huang Daniu took a deep breath and looked at Nangong Yi as he spoke frankly. As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't wait for Nangong Yi to reply before flying out to return to the side of Duan Lingtian and the other members of the Wood Peak. Peak Master, Elder Yang, Elder Ke. I've disappointed all of you. Huang Daniu spoke apologetically. Daniu, you've done very well. Ke Jing smiled. Earlier, when Huang Daniu revealed his strength without holding back, it had shocked him as well. Never had he imagined that in a short period of a month, Huang Danyu's strength would undergo such a great change. Danyu, you. When did you break through to the 6th level of the void interpretation stage? Besides that, you've actually comprehended 6th level intermediate earth concept. Chen Wei looked at Huang Danyu with a dazed expression. At this moment, he felt that the big guy in front of him had suddenly become so unfamiliar to him that he had to reacquaint himself with him. Hee hee. Huang Danyu grinned foolishly and did not explain further. He could tell that neither Ku Zheng nor Chen Wei knew about the origin-enhancing fruit. Since that was the case, he naturally would not take the initiative to expose them. After all, the origin-enhancing fruit that he consumed was originally intended to be given to Chen Wei by the Peak Master of Wood Peak. Who knew if Ku Zheng and his disciple would have any opinions about it after they found out about it? Not bad, not bad. Chi Yu, the Peak Master of Wood Peak, smiled and nodded at Huang Danyu. It was obvious that he was very satisfied with Huang Danyu's performance earlier. Upon hearing this, Huang Danyu was overwhelmed by the favor. Danyu, you've really hidden it well. When did you comprehend 6th level intermediate earth concept? Duan Lingtian looked at Huang Danyu deeply. Hee hee. Just a few days ago. Huang Danyu said with a grin. I admit defeat. Suddenly, a gentle voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears, causing him to snap back to reality. He turned his head to look at the source of the voice. With just a glance, he saw the owner of the voice. Tan Huan. She was the strongest person among the younger generation of Water Peak and also the strongest female disciple among the younger generation of the Five Elements sect. After the battle between Huang Danyu and Nangong Yi, it was her and Hu Fei's turn. However, after witnessing Hu Fei's cultivation base at the 7th level void interpretation, she knew very well that she was no match for him. Therefore, she rationally admitted defeat. Hu Fei advanced to the next round. The second round had ended. The male disciple from Earth Peak had a bye. The third round began. This was because Hu Fei, Tan Huan, and the male disciple from Earth Peak admitted that they were no match for Nangong Yi. Since Nangong Yi had defeated Huang Danyu, he was temporarily ranked first in the Battle of the Five Peaks. It was precisely because of this that Huang Danyu took his place to advance to the next round and fought with the male disciple from Earth Peak. The other party had seen Huang Danyu's strength and did not have the intention to fight with him. Therefore, he admitted defeat immediately. Subsequently, only Huang Danyu and Hu Fei were left. Whoosh! Before Hu Fei even entered the arena, Huang Danyu suddenly transformed into a bolt of lightning under the dumbfounded eyes of the crowd. In just a blink of an eye, he arrived at the side of Gold Peak and leaned against the cliff. Upon seeing Huang Danyu's actions, other than Duan Lingtian and a few others, the rest of them were speechless. This Huang Danyu is too shameless, isn't he? I was just wondering if Huang Danyu would get close to Gold Peak and borrow the earth energy when he goes up against senior brother Hu Fei. I can't believe that he would run over there before he even goes up against senior brother Hu Fei. When he gets there, Huang Danyu's strength will be 35 ancient horned dragons more than usual. It's even stronger than senior brother Hu Fei's full strength. I wonder if senior brother Hu Fei will take the initiative to fight with him or not. The Five Elements sect's disciples present on the scene discussed animatedly. Many of them felt that Huang Danyu was shameless, but there were also many who felt that he was smart. Hu Fei flew out and stood in the sky far away from Gold Peak. He stared at Huang Danyu who was leaning against the side of Gold Peak and mocked in a deep voice, Huang Danyu, if you're still a man. Come and fight with me. Hu Fei. Upon hearing Hu Fei's words, Huang Danyu chuckled. If you admit that you're still a man, then come and fight with me. You're a 7th level void interpretation martial artist. Don't tell me that you're afraid of a 6th level void interpretation martial artist like me. Provocation. A blatant provocation. However, one had to admit that Hu Fei was enraged. He was completely enraged. Hu Fei's eyes were instantly dyed red as he stared at Huang Daniu from afar. If looks could kill, Huang Daniu would have died many times over. However, Hu Fei did not make any move at all. This was because he had no confidence that he could defeat Huang Daniu, who had borrowed the earth energy. If he was not confident, he would not make a move at all. Otherwise, if he was defeated by Huang Daniu, he would definitely become the laughing stock of all the 5-element sect's disciples in the future. He would not be able to lift his head up anymore. It was precisely because of this that he did not dare to take the risk. For a moment, the atmosphere on the scene became a little strange. Huang Daniu stood in the sky near Gold Peak while Hu Fei stood in the sky far away from Gold Peak. Both of them stood facing each other, but neither of them made any move. Sect Leader. At this moment, Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak, stood out and looked at Guo Chong, the sect leader of 5-element sect, before saying in a deep voice, "Since that Huang Daniu does not dare to step forward and fight with my useless disciple, he should be the one who loses this battle. Please make your decision, sect leader." Humph. Before Guo Chong could say anything, Chi Yu, the Peak Master of Wood Peak, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, stepped out and said in a cold voice, "Cha Bai, you're still as shameless as before. You said that Huang Daniu does not dare to step forward and fight with Hu Fei. Then let me ask you, does Hu Fei dare to step forward and fight with Huang Daniu?" Chi Yu's question entered the ears of the group of 5-element sect's disciples who were watching the battle. Other than the disciples from Fire Peak, all of them nodded their heads in agreement. That's right. Huang Daniu does not dare to leave Gold Peak and fight with senior brother Hu Fei. However, senior brother Hu Fei also does not dare to take the initiative to fight with Huang Daniu. Even though Huang Daniu is shameless in this battle, I have to say that he's very smart. He knows how to make use of his own advantages. If both of them really do not dare to take the initiative to fight with each other, it would be best for this battle to end in a tie. The group of 5-element sect's disciples discussed animatedly. Although their voices were noisy, they still managed to enter the ears of the Peak Masters and the elders of each peak. At this moment, Cha Bai's face turned extremely grave. It did not cross his mind that other than the disciples from Fire Peak, the disciples from Gold Peak, Water Peak, and Earth Peak would also stand on Chi Yu's side and support him. However, if this battle really ended in a tie, he would not be willing to do so no matter what. After all, once the battle between Hu Fei and Huang Daniu ended in a tie, both of their rankings would be tied. At that time, as long as the other representative from Wood Peak defeated the other representative from Fire Peak, his Fire Peak would have to submit to Wood Peak. That was something that he did not want to see. The other representative from Wood Peak, Duan Lingtian, was a young man who was shrouded in mystery. Since Wood Peak chose him as their trump card and allowed him to rest temporarily, it could be seen that his strength was above Huang Daniu. It would be a piece of cake for Duan Lingtian to defeat the other representative from Fire Peak, a Fire Peak disciple who had just made a breakthrough to the 5th level void interpretation. Chi Yu, you can't say that. Everyone knows that as long as a martial artist's cultivation base has stepped into the void, as long as they encounter someone who has comprehended the earth concept, they would not fight with their opponent on the ground. Cha Bai stared at Chi Yu and said in a deep voice, "Am I wrong?" "You're right." Chi Yu nodded his head. Chapter 893. But what if the martial artist who has comprehended the earth concept refuses to leave the ground? What can those martial artists who are far away from the ground do to him then? Chi Yu said as he glanced at Cha Bai nonchalantly. You're twisting logic." Cha Bai was so angry that his face turned grave. His anger was rising. Twisting logic? Chi Yu smiled. His smile was extremely bright. "Cha Bai, since you said that I'm twisting logic, then let's just be straightforward. You and I will fight. If you win, I'll ask Dainyu to admit defeat. If you lose, I'll ask Hu Fei to admit defeat. What do you think? Chiyu, the Peak Master of Wood Peak, directly challenged Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak. Whoosh! The moment Chiyu's words left his mouth, it was like a stone that stirred up 1,000 ripples, causing the group of 5-element sect's disciples to be shocked. Peak Master Chiyu wants to challenge Peak Master Cha Bai. I heard that Peak Master Chiyu is the second most powerful person in our 5-element sect, second only to the sect leader. Does Peak Master Cha Bai dare to accept the challenge? Can't you see that Peak Master Cha Bai's face has turned green? If he dares to accept the challenge, I'll give you 10 mid-grade origin stones. If he doesn't, you'll give me 10 mid-grade origin stones. What do you think? Bah! Only a fool would bet with you. Other than the Fire Peak's disciples whose faces were slightly pale, the disciples from the other 4 peaks began to discuss among themselves. The Wood Peak's disciples, in particular, even began to openly bet with each other. Cha Bai, of course, heard all these words without missing a single word. He was so angry that the qi and blood in his body began to boil. He could not wait to accept Chiyu's challenge and fight him for 300 rounds. However, could he do that? He knew that he was no match for Chiyu. If he was defeated in front of so many people, where would his dignity as the Peak Master of Fire Peak be? Alright. Both of you want to fight. Don't tell me that you're worried that you won't have a chance. Don't forget that today is the Battle of the 5 Peaks. This is not your stage. Guochong, the sect leader of 5-element sect, finally could not stand it anymore. Humph. For the sake of the sect leader, this Peak Master will not argue with you. Guochong's words, without a doubt, gave Cha Bai a way out. Cha Bai snorted coldly. Hee hee. Cha Bai, the sect leader has also said that we don't have to worry about not having a chance to fight. Now, I challenge you to a fight after the Battle of the 5 Peaks. Do you dare? With a faint smile on his face, Chiyu mercilessly smashed the excuse that Guochong had given Cha Bai. Do you dare? You, Cha Bai's face turned ghastly pale when he saw that Chiyu was not going to show him any mercy. However, he did not dare to accept the challenge. Chiyu's reputation as the second strongest person in the 5-element sect was not undeserved. As the Peak Master of Fire Peak in the 5-element sect, Cha Bai naturally knew this very well. This was also the reason why he didn't dare to accept the challenge. Because once he accepted the challenge, his fate was already sealed, and he would definitely lose. Chiyu, give me some face. Guochong frowned and tried to persuade him again. Chiyu took a deep look at Guochong. Then, he nodded and retreated. At the same time, he looked at Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak, and said nonchalantly, Cha Bai, all these years, I've never asked about the matters of Wood Peak. However, it doesn't mean that I don't know what you've done. In the future, if you dare to do anything to my Wood Peak that makes me unhappy, I, Chiyu, will definitely go to your Fire Peak and cripple both of your legs. Chiyu's words made Cha Bai's face turn even graver. However, he did not dare to retort. At this moment, he knew that the Chiyu from more than 20 years ago had returned. That arrogant and unruly Chiyu who dared to fight a powerhouse at the peak of the void with his cultivation base that had just entered the 9th level void transformation stage had returned. When they saw how Chiyu had rendered Cha Bai speechless with just a few words, they immediately burst into an uproar. All of the 5-element sect's disciples, including the disciples from Fire Peak, burst into an uproar. Although they had heard that Chiyu was the second strongest person in the 5-element sect, they had never thought that his deterrence would be so great. With just a few words, he had rendered the Peak Master of Fire Peak completely speechless. Sect Leader. When the Wood Peak disciples saw this scene, their faces were filled with excitement and pride. This was their Peak Master of Wood Peak. Hey! Brother, which peak are you from? A wood-peak disciple looked at a disciple from another peak nearby and asked with a smile. I'm from Earth Peak. What about you? The latter replied. I'm from Wood Peak. Do you see that? That's our peak master of Wood Peak. Isn't he awesome? The Wood Peak disciple raised his chest and asked with a smile. Awesome. The latter nodded his head vigorously before smiling flatteringly. Brother, can I ask you something? What is it? If I want to transfer to Wood Peak from Earth Peak, is there anything that I need to do? Similar scenes were playing out on many Wood Peak disciples. In the past, they could not lift their heads in front of the other 4 peaks. However, today, they could finally lift their heads up and proudly say in a loud voice, I'm a Wood Peak disciple. At this moment, they were proud of being a Wood Peak disciple. Yu Fang, the Peak Master of Water Peak, and Tian Gu, the Peak Master of Earth Peak, looked at each other. Both of them could see the dread in each other's eyes. At once, both of their faces turned solemn. In this world where the strong are revered, it's true that whoever has the biggest fist is the boss. When Duan Lingtian saw how Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak, was cowering in front of Chi Yu, the Peak Master of Wood Peak, he could not help but shake his head and smile. At the same time, he was also shocked by Chi Yu's strength. Looks like the Peak Master is in a good mood today. He actually taught Cha Bai a lesson without any mercy. Ku Jing smiled. I'm afraid the Peak Master has been wanting to do this for a long time. It's just that he didn't have the confidence to do so. After all, the younger generation of disciples from Wood Peak were really disappointing in the past. Now that we have Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu in Wood Peak, the Peak Master has the confidence to do so as well. Yang Ling hit the nail on the head. Although all the peaks of 5 Elements sect existed at the same time, they were in a competitive relationship with each other. No matter how powerful a peak master was, there would still be a day when he would die of old age. The cultivation of the younger generation of disciples was the foundation of each peak. They were the pillars that supported the future of each peak. With the intervention of Guochong, the sect leader of 5 Elements sect, Chi Yu and Cha Bai finally retreated. Immediately after, Guochong looked at Huang Daniu and Hu Fei and said loudly, I'll give both of you another 20 breaths of time. After 20 breaths of time, if both of you still haven't made your move, this battle will end in a tie. The moment Guochong's words left his mouth, Huang Daniu smiled. Hu Fei, on the other hand, turned pale. A tie. Him and Huang Daniu. He was a 7th level void interpretation martial artist who had even comprehended the 7th level intermediate fire concept. Huang Daniu was only a 6th level void interpretation martial artist who had only comprehended the 6th level intermediate earth concept. Now, the battle between him and Huang Daniu would end in a tie. At this moment, Hu Fei could feel the mocking gazes from the surroundings. These gazes were none other than mocking him, a 7th level void interpretation martial artist, for not daring to take the initiative to fight a 6th level void interpretation martial artist. At this moment, he was so embarrassed that he could not help but feel angry. However, his rationality was constantly persuading him not to be impulsive and not to be impulsive. Once he made his move, it would be fine if he won. However, if he lost, he would never be able to hold his head up high in Fire Peak and the 5 Elements sect. He did not dare to take the risk. There's still 10 breaths of time left. In just a blink of an eye, 10 breaths of time had passed. Guochong reminded him nonchalantly. 10 breaths of time left? As though he had recalled something, Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed as he looked at Huang Daniu. He grinned and said loudly, Daniu, you're amazing. This Hu Fei doesn't even dare to take the initiative to fight with you. After today, you can be considered as the number 1 person in the 5 Elements sect. Hee. The moment Huang Daniu heard Duan Lingtian's words, he grinned proudly. That's right, Daniu. Didn't your hands hurt when you slapped Hu Fei until his head was swollen like a pig's? I think this Hu Fei's skin is pretty thick. A smile crept up on the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth as he asked loudly. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the group of 5 Element sect's disciples who were watching the fight were stunned. Immediately after, they subconsciously looked at Hu Fei and discovered that Hu Fei's face had instantly turned scarlet red. A murderous gaze shot out from his eyes as he stared fixedly at Huang Daniu. This Duan Lingtian is really ruthless. Isn't he just trying to force senior brother Hu Fei to make a move? I think senior brother Hu Fei's anger is about to reach its limit. Just a little bit more and he might not be able to hold himself back anymore and attack Huang Daniu. As long as Huang Daniu agrees with Duan Lingtian, with senior brother Hu Fei's temper, he'll definitely make a move. At this moment, the group of 5 Element sect's disciples had already guessed Duan Lingtian's plan. He wanted to force Hu Fei to make a move on Huang Daniu. Duan Lingtian, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have Qiyu's support. It's impossible for Qiyu to stay by your side all the time. If you dare to say another word, I'll make sure you die outside without even leaving a corpse behind. Suddenly, a vicious and malicious voice sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows and looked at the source of the voice. It was none other than Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak. At once, Duan Lingtian smiled nonchalantly and said loudly, Peak Master Cha Bai, did you just say that it's impossible for Peak Master Qiyu to stay by my side all the time? And that you can make me die outside without even leaving a corpse behind at any time? The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, horror dawned on Cha Bai's face. It had never crossed his mind that Duan Lingtian would actually say out the words that he used to threaten him through voice transmission. At this moment, he could feel the gazes from the surrounding were directed at him. Even Guo Chong, the sect leader of 5 Element sect, was looking at him with a hint of anger in his eyes. No matter what, Duan Lingtian was still a disciple of Wood Peak. A disciple of Wood Peak was also a disciple of 5 Element sect. Right now, as the Peak Master of Fire Peak, Cha Bai actually dared to threaten a junior disciple from the same sect. As the sect leader, Guo Chong could not help but feel anger rising from the bottom of his heart. Duan Lingtian, don't you dare make false accusations. Cha Bai said angrily. At this moment, how could he possibly admit that he had said those words? If he admitted it, let alone the people from the other 4 peaks, even the disciples of Fire Peak would look down on him from the bottom of their hearts. Make false accusations? Chapter 894. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, all the eyes in the surroundings immediately locked onto Cha Bai. It was as though all of them wanted to know if Cha Bai dared to swear on the 99 heavenly tribulation. If he dared to, it would mean that Duan Lingtian was indeed slandering him. If he dared not to, it would mean that he had indeed threatened Duan Lingtian. Humph. Cha Bai turned a blind eye to the gazes that were directed at him from the surroundings. He glanced at Duan Lingtian indifferently and snorted, I'm the dignified Peak Master of Fire Peak. Why should I swear on behalf of a mere Wood Peak disciple like you? You're not worthy enough. Since Peak Master Cha Bai has already said so, then I'll. When Duan Lingtian reached this part of his sentence, he paused for a moment. Then, he pinched his finger and a drop of blood rose into the sky. Upon seeing this, horror dawned on Cha Bai's face. He could guess what Duan Lingtian was going to do. He wanted to interrupt him, but he realized that Qiyu, the Peak Master of Wood Peak, was staring at him coldly. He had no doubt that as long as he dared to make a move on Duan Lingtian, Qiyu would definitely make a move on him. I, Duan Lingtian, swear on my own blood. If what I said just now is a lie, I'm willing to be struck to death by the 99 heavenly tribulation. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the sound of thunder rumbled in the sky. A total of 9 claps of thunder resonated in the sky, but there was no lightning punishment. Whoosh! At once, all the 5 element sect's disciples burst into an uproar. Other than the Fire Peak disciples, the other 4 peaks disciples were looking at Cha Bai with a hint of disdain. The dignified peak master of Fire Peak actually dares to threaten an ordinary disciple like that. This is really beneath his dignity. I really don't know how such a person became the peak master of Fire Peak. Don't tell me that when the other peaks were choosing their peak masters in the past, they didn't even need to consider one's character at all? With such a peak master of Fire Peak, I think the Fire Peak's disciples wouldn't have a good character as well. The disciples of the 4 peaks discussed animatedly. None of their words were polite at all. When the Fire Peak's disciples heard these words, they were rendered speechless for a moment. They could only secretly glare at Cha Bai, the peak master of Fire Peak, with resentment. In their opinion, if it was not for him, they would not be ridiculed like this. For a moment, many Fire Peak disciples had already expressed that they were considering transferring to other peaks. When Duan Lingtian made the oath, Cha Bai's expression had already changed. Now that he heard the discussion among the disciples of the 4 peaks, he was so angry that his blood and qi started to surge. Whoosh! At this moment, a ghostly figure suddenly appeared in front of Cha Bai. Qi Yu. Cha Bai, who only saw a flash in front of his eyes, recognized the person who had appeared in front of him. His expression changed drastically as he hurriedly circulated the origin energy in his body in an attempt to block the attack. Unfortunately, he was still too slow. Bang! A deafening sound rang out. Then, everyone saw. The instant Qi Yu appeared in front of Cha Bai was sent flying away like an arrow that was shot out from a bow. Blood kept spurting out of his mouth as though it was free of charge. After flying for more than 100 meters, Cha Bai finally managed to stabilize his body. However, even though he had consumed a healing pill, blood was still spurting out from his mouth. It took him quite a while before he finally stopped. This time, Guo Chong, the sect leader of the 5-element sect, merely frowned but did not interfere. Perhaps, he also felt that Cha Bai had gone overboard this time. How powerful! In just a blink of an eye, Peak Master Qi Yu appeared in front of Peak Master Cha Bai while Peak Master Cha Bai was sent flying away with severe injuries. I didn't even see how Peak Master Qi Yu arrived in front of Peak Master Cha Bai, nor did I see how he sent Peak Master Cha Bai flying. Nonsense. Without a cultivation base above the void transformation stage, how could you possibly see Peak Master Qi Yu's movements clearly? Other than the Fire Peak disciples who had a bitter expression on their faces, the eyes of the disciples from the other 4 peaks lit up immediately. All of them were shocked by Qi Yu's tyrannical strength. Did you see that? This is our Peak Master of Wood Peak. I'm a disciple of Wood Peak. Are you jealous? The group of Wood Peak disciples were beaming with joy. All they could feel was that the anger that they had accumulated over the years had vanished without a trace. At this moment, they were proud to be a disciple of Wood Peak. Cha Bai, I'm warning you. If anything happens to Duan Lingtian in the future, I'll definitely kill your direct disciple with my own hands. Qi Yu looked at Cha Bai and said coldly. Qi Yu, you. Cha Bai's expression changed immediately. Before he could catch his breath, he spat out another 2 mouthfuls of blood. Then, he glared at Qi Yu fiercely. Qi Yu ignored him and returned to the group of people from Wood Peak. Thank you, Peak Master. Duan Lingtian thanked Qi Yu for standing up for him. As long as I'm here, Cha Bai won't dare to touch you. Qi Yu smiled lightly. In the distance, Huang Daniu, who was standing in the air next to Gold Peak, was enraged when he heard Duan Lingtian saying that Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak, had threatened him. Even though Qi Yu had made a move and severely injured Cha Bai, he still felt that it was not enough to vent his anger. Hu Fei, you're really as useless as your master. Speaking of which, my hand does hurt a little after giving you 2 slaps last time. I have to say that you're really thick-skinned. Huang Daniu looked at Hu Fei and said nonchalantly. His words were filled with mockery and ridicule. Hu Fei, who was already enraged by Duan Lingtian's words, was filled with rage when he saw that his master was severely injured by the Peak Master of Wood Peak. Now that he heard Huang Daniu's mockery and ridicule, he could no longer hold it in. Huang Daniu, you're seeking death. Hu Fei, who was enraged, shouted angrily. He charged out and pounced toward Huang Daniu. The moment he flew out, flames burst out from Hu Fei's body. It was like a giant flaming beast that opened its bloody mouth and bit toward Huang Daniu. In the air, the heaven and earth phenomenon quickly condensed into form. 180 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons charged out and pounced toward Huang Daniu. 7th level void interpretation. 7th level intermediate fire concept. Hu Fei attacked furiously with all his might. There was only one thought in his mind. Kill Huang Daniu. Only in this way would he be able to avenge himself, avenge his master, and vent the hatred in his heart. Bring it on. Faced with Hu Fei, who was charging at him menacingly like a giant flaming beast, Huang Daniu's eyes lit up. The origin energy that he had long accumulated surged out from his body. Soon after, the 6th level intermediate earth concept merged with the origin energy and transformed into a vast khaki energy that enveloped his entire body. Moreover, the khaki energy seemed to resonate with the nearby gold peak. It was the earth concept that was communicating with the earth energy and borrowing the earth energy. Whoosh! In the air above Huang Daniu, 185 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons instantly appeared. Compared to the heaven and earth phenomenon that was triggered by Hu Fei's full strength, there were 5 more silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. Huang Daniu, who was surrounded by the khaki energy, suddenly stretched out both of his hands. Rumble! A series of loud noises reverberated in the air. The khaki energy shrouded Huang Daniu, causing him to seem like he had transformed into a giant earth beast in an instant. The giant earth beast pounced toward the giant flaming beast. Boom! 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 The two giant beasts continued to collide and tear at each other. It was difficult to determine the victor in a short period of time. However, as time went by, the giant earth beast seemed to possess an endless amount of energy. The more it fought, the more ferocious it became. It suppressed the giant flaming beast, causing the flames on the giant flaming beast to be extinguished continuously. 15 minutes later, the giant flaming beast was suppressed and became dispirited. Boom! However, the giant earth beast did not seem to be exhausted at all. It pounced forward with all its might and shattered the giant flaming beast with just a few slaps. The giant flaming beast's body disappeared after a few slaps. Hu Fei, who was in the middle of it, did not suffer any serious injuries. After spurting out a few mouthfuls of blood, he passed out. Whoosh! Seeing that the unconscious Hu Fei was about to fall from the sky, an old man appeared out of thin air and caught him. It was none other than Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak. Cha Bai glanced coldly at Huang Daniu, who had already retracted his energy. His eyes were filled with extreme coldness as though he was about to devour someone. If it was not for the fact that he was afraid of Chi Yu, the Peak Master of Wood Peak, he would have already killed Huang Daniu. Old man. Just when everyone's eyes were on Huang Daniu, the victor, Huang Daniu suddenly glared at him and pointed his finger at Cha Bai furiously. Upon seeing this, Cha Bai could not help but be stunned. Old man, you actually dare to use your voice transmission to threaten me. You. Not only do you want to kill me, but you also want to kill my family and annihilate my entire family? I. Huang Daniu was so angry that his eyes turned red. He was out of breath. What? Upon hearing Huang Daniu's words and seeing the furious expression on his face, everyone, including the people from Fire Peak, was stunned. Is there something wrong with this peak master of Fire Peak's brain? He was just taught a lesson by Chi Yu for threatening Duan Lingtian earlier. Now, he actually dared to threaten Huang Daniu, who was also a disciple of Wood Peak like Duan Lingtian and was under Chi Yu's protection. Wasn't he courting death? Very soon, most of the people's eyes landed on Chi Yu, the peak master of Wood Peak. They happened to see Chi Yu vanishing into thin air right before their eyes. Their first reaction was to shift their attention to Cha Bai, the peak master of Fire Peak. As expected, Chi Yu appeared in front of Cha Bai. Bang! Another loud noise resonated in the air. Following that, Cha Bai, who was carrying Hu Fei, was sent flying again. Blood gushed out of his mouth as though it was free of charge. There were even many blood clots mixed in the blood. Barf! 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 Cha Bai, who finally managed to stop himself from flying, continued to spurt out blood from his mouth. He only managed to stop it after a long while. After he stopped the bleeding, his eyes were filled with killing intent. He did not look at Chi Yu. Instead, he looked at Huang Daniu and said angrily, "Huang Daniu, when did I threaten you?" At this moment, other than feeling ashamed and angry, Cha Bai also felt wronged. Earlier, he only glared at Huang Daniu. From the beginning until the end, he did not even communicate with Huang Daniu through voice transmission. However, Huang Daniu actually slandered him and threatened him. Before he could explain himself, Chi Yu appeared in front of him again. Without saying anything, he sent him flying with a palm strike. His internal organs that had yet to recover were once again severely injured. Although his injuries could be healed, even if he consumed the grade 2 life recovery pill, it would still take him 2 to 3 months to fully recover. Peak Master Cha Bai, I was just joking with you. Chapter 895. Barf. The moment Cha Bai heard Huang Daniu's words, he did not manage to catch his breath before he spat out another mouthful of blood. Was this a joke? Cha Bai was not the only one who was angered to the point of spitting out blood. The group of 5 Element Sect's disciples who were watching the scene were also rendered speechless. All of them shifted their gazes to Huang Daniu. All of them felt that Huang Daniu was just too ruthless. Just a joke, and he had caused Cha Bai, the peak master of Fire Peak, to be severely injured by Chi Yu, the peak master of Wood Peak again. Daniu, this guy, Duan Lingtian burst out laughing. He could not hold it in at all. Why didn't he notice this side of Huang Daniu before this? This was simply cheating people to death without paying with their lives. Yang Ling, Ku Zhen, and Chen Wei, who were standing next to Duan Lingtian, were stunned for a moment before they could not help but burst out laughing as well. Daniu is really ruthless. I'm afraid Cha Bai is going to hate him to death this time. Chen Wei shook his head. This kid. I used to think that he was quite honest. Looks like I've misjudged him. Ku Zhen sighed. That's why people say that you can't judge a book by its cover. Yang Ling said with a straight face. Chi Yu, why you better give me an explanation. Cha Bai turned around and glared at Chi Yu as he shouted. The first time, he did threaten Duan Lingtian using his voice transmission and was severely injured by Chi Yu for Duan Lingtian. Although he was ashamed and resentful, he could still hold it in. However, this time, he did not threaten Huang Daniu at all. However, he was severely injured by Chi Yu because of Huang Daniu's slander. While he was resentful, he could not help but feel wronged. Explanation. Chi Yu raised his eyebrows and said nonchalantly, Cha Bai, you're an elder. Why are you so serious? Daniu also said that he was just joking with you. Barf. The moment Cha Bai heard Chi Yu's words, he spat out another mouthful of blood. His face turned even paler. Joking? How could he be so serious? Sect leader, you have to help me in this matter. Cha Bai looked at Guo Chong with grief and resentment. Cha Bai, let's just end this matter. Guo Chong furrowed his brows. Then, he displayed it and said slowly. But, just as Cha Bai was about to say something, Guo Chong interrupted him, I've already said. This matter ends here. If you hadn't threatened Duan Lingtian before, would Chi Yu have hurt you without hesitation? As he spoke, Guo Chong's face turned solemn. Cha Bai took a deep breath and did not say anything in the end. However, his eyes were still glowing with a cold light as he glared at Chi Yu and Huang Daniu. Good job, Daniu. Chi Yu gave Huang Daniu a thumbs up. He seemed to be praising Huang Daniu for defeating Hu Fei, but he also seemed to be praising Huang Daniu for making a good joke. Hee hee. Huang Daniu grinned and gave Cha Bai a provocative look, causing Cha Bai's face to turn even uglier. Daniu, you're really something. After Huang Daniu came back, Duan Lingtian recalled what had happened just now. He couldn't help but smile again. At the same time, warmth filled his heart. He knew that Daniu was standing up for him. At this moment, after Tan Huan admitted that she was no match for Huang Daniu, the provisional ranking of the Battle of the Five Peaks was announced. Due to the fact that Nangong Yi had defeated Huang Daniu, Hu Fei, Tan Huan, and the male disciple from Earth Peak admitted that they were no match for Nangong Yi was temporarily ranked first in the Battle of the Five Peaks. On the other hand, Huang Daniu, who replaced Nangong Yi and continued to battle with Hu Fei and the other two, was temporarily ranked second in the Battle of the Five Peaks. Hu Fei was temporarily ranked third. Tan Huan was temporarily ranked fourth. The male disciple from Earth Peak was temporarily ranked fifth. The five of them did not have any objections to the current ranking. After that, it was time for the five people who were eliminated the earliest to issue challenges. They were Duan Lingtian, Nangong Chen, Tian Zhen, the female disciple from Water Peak, and the male disciple from Fire Peak. The female disciple from Water Peak challenged the male disciple from Earth Peak. She lost and was temporarily ranked sixth. The male disciple from Fire Peak challenged the male disciple from Earth Peak. He won and was temporarily ranked fifth. The male disciple from Earth Peak dropped to sixth. The female disciple from Water Peak dropped to seventh. The seven of them did not have any objections to the current ranking. Whoosh! Just when Duan Lingtian was looking at Nangong Chen and Tian Zhen to see if they were going to make the first move, Nangong Chen made his move and arrived at Gold Peak in just a short while. Then, his gaze landed on Huang Daniu. Although he did not say anything, his target was obvious. It was Huang Daniu. Senior brother Chen is going to make his move. It's obvious that senior brother Chen wants Huang Daniu to borrow the earth energy since he intentionally went to Gold Peak's side. It seems like he's very confident in his own strength. Of course. I heard that senior brother Chen's strength is even higher than senior brother Yi's. Until now, I still can't figure out who's older between senior brother Chen and senior brother Yi. I heard that even senior brother Chen and senior brother Yi don't know who's older. However, they both regard themselves as the elder brother and the other as the younger brother. Most of the Five Element Peaks disciples shifted their attention to Nangong Chen. Some of them shifted their attention to Huang Daniu as well. You're Nangong Chen. Both of you are pretty good. The fact that you dare to challenge me here and allow me to borrow the earth energy shows that you're very confident and a worthy opponent. Huang Daniu stood in the air opposite Nangong Chen and said solemnly. Nangong Chen's face was cold as he nodded nonchalantly. Let's do what I did with your brother earlier. We'll decide the victor with a punch. What do you think? Huang Daniu asked. Nangong Chen nodded again. Great. Today, regardless of who wins or loses, I, Huang Daniu, will definitely make friends with you. Huang Daniu laughed heartily before he attacked with all his might. As he punched out, the vast khaki energy seemed to have transformed into a cannonball as it charged toward Nangong Chen violently. In the air, 185 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared out of thin air. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced toward Nangong Chen. Seeing that Huang Daniu had made his move, Nangong Chen made his move as well. He took a step forward and casually punched out. Vast origin energy swept out and emitted waves of majestic and heavy aura. Whoosh! In the air, 100 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared. They seemed to be telling his cultivation base that he was at the 7th level void interpretation. Subsequently, a wave of khaki energy appeared out of thin air and merged with the origin energy. It seemed to have some sort of resonance with the nearby gold peak. Whoosh! When the origin energy completely merged with the khaki energy, 135 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the air once again. He's comprehending the earth concept as well. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as shock appeared on his face. At this moment, when Huang Daniu realized that Nangong Chen had also comprehended the earth concept, a wry smile appeared on his face. However, it was difficult for him to withdraw his fist. In the end, his fist collided with Nangong Chen's fist. When the strength of 185 ancient horned dragons collided with the strength of 235 ancient horned dragons, the result was self-evident. Huang Daniu was sent flying with just one punch. However, it was fortunate that Nangong Chen withdrew his fist in time. That was why Huang Daniu only suffered some minor injuries. If I knew earlier that you've comprehended the earth concept as well, I would have admitted defeat directly. The 8th level intermediate earth concept is comparable to the strength of 90 ancient horned dragons, and it can draw support from the earth energy that's comparable to the strength of 45 ancient horned dragons. The combination of the two is really formidable. Huang Daniu said with a wry smile as he took a deep breath to ease the injuries in his body. Earth concept. Senior brother Chen has also comprehended the earth concept. Many of the 5 element sect's disciples finally regained their senses and could not help but exclaim. Looks like not many of the 5 element sect's disciples know that Nangong Chen has comprehended the earth concept. This Nangong Chen has really hidden it well. Duan Lingtian thought to himself when he heard the words of the 5 element sect's disciples. Look at Huang Daniu's expression right now. I'm dying of laughter. Perhaps, he would never have dreamed that senior brother Chen has also comprehended the earth concept. Senior brother Chen's earth concept is much more powerful than him. Without borrowing the earth energy, it's already equivalent to the strength of 90 ancient horned dragons. Once he borrows it, it's equivalent to the strength of 135 ancient horned dragons. Senior brother Chen's strength is even more powerful than senior brother Yi, the 5 element sect's disciples discussed animatedly as they looked at Nangong Chen with reverence. Nangong Chen had defeated Huang Daniu and was temporarily ranked 2nd in the Battle of the 5 Peaks. Starting from Huang Daniu, everyone behind him took a step back. Huang Daniu was temporarily ranked 3rd. Hu Fei was temporarily ranked 4th. Tan Huan was temporarily ranked 5th. The male disciple of Fire Peak was temporarily ranked 6th. The male disciple of Earth Peak was temporarily ranked 7th. The female disciple of Water Peak was temporarily ranked 8th. All 8 of them did not have any objections to the current ranking. With Nangong Chen's strength, he might be able to defeat Nangong Yi and temporarily rank 1st. However, since he had already admitted defeat in front of Nangong Yi, he could not challenge Nangong Yi right now. For now, he had no chance of being ranked 1st. Of course, nothing was absolute. As long as there was someone who could defeat Nangong Yi and replace him to rank 1st, Nangong Chen would still have a chance to challenge that person to be ranked 1st. At this moment, only Duan Lingtian and Tian Zhen had not made their move yet. Whoosh! Tian Zhen took a deep breath and flew out. After his gaze swept past Nangong Yi, Nangong Chen, Huang Daniu, and Hu Fei, it locked onto Tan Huan, the direct disciple of the Peak Master of Water Peak. As long as he defeated Tan Huan, the Earth Peak that he represented would be ranked 4th in the individual Battle of the Five Peaks. This was also his goal. Tan Huan. Tianjin issued a challenge to Tan Huan. Tan Huan was not surprised by Tianjin's challenge. In fact, after Huang Daniu had displayed his shocking strength and defeated Hu Fei with the help of the Earth Energy, Tan Huan had already known that she was in the Battle of the Five Peaks. There was no doubt that the last two peaks in the Battle of the Five Peaks this time would be the Water Peak that she was from and the Earth Peak that Tianjin was from. Now, what she had to do was to defeat Tianjin and get Water Peak out of the fate of being ranked last. Her thoughts were exactly the same as Tianjin's. Whoosh! Whoosh! After both of them entered the arena, they did not speak. They attacked at the same time with tacit understanding. For a moment, they were evenly matched. Both of them were 6th-level void interpretation martial artists. Moreover, the concepts that they had comprehended were similar. It was more of a test of their martial skills, battle experience, and understanding of each other. This Tianjin. I'm afraid he's going to lose. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes slightly as he watched the young man and woman who were constantly crossing each other. He could see that Tianjin was gradually at a disadvantage. Chapter 896. After Tianjin was defeated, his face turned extremely pale. He was well aware of the significance of the defeat. In the distance, Tian Gu, the Peak Master of Earth Peak, looked a little desolate as he sighed. Looks like our Earth Peak is destined to come in last this time. Although this was only the individual Battle of the Five Peaks, the team battle had not begun yet. However, generally speaking, the peak that had the upper hand in the individual battle would not have a bad result in the team battle. Tianjin retreated with a solemn expression. On the other hand, Tan Huan returned to Yu Fang, the Peak Master of Water Peak, with a beaming smile. Huaner, well done. A gentle smile appeared on Yu Fang's face. She was very satisfied with Tan Huan's performance. Although her initial goal was to be 3rd place, Yu Fang's Wood Peak had already reached the 3rd place. But since the Wood Peak's Huang Daniu revealed a shocking strength and the Wood Peak had Duan Ling Tian as its trump card, she didn't dare think like this. Duan Ling Tian. Yu Fang's gaze quickly landed on the purple figure in the distance. The other people's gazes landed on Duan Ling Tian as well. Now, it was Duan Ling Tian's turn to issue a challenge. Sensing the gazes that were directed at him, Duan Ling Tian remained calm as he flew out. In just a blink of an eye, he arrived at the empty space in front of him. His gaze immediately locked onto Nangong Yi. This Duan Ling Tian wants to challenge senior brother Yi. At once, many of the 5 Element sect's disciples who followed Duan Lingtian's gaze were stunned. They knew about Nangong Yi's strength. Even if Huang Daniu from Wood Peak borrowed the Earth Energy, he was still no match for him. Nangong Yi. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian called out his name and issued a challenge. Nangong Yi did not seem to be surprised when he was called out by Duan Lingtian. He flew out and confronted Duan Lingtian. He really wants to challenge senior brother Yi. He's the trump card of the Wood Peak. Could it be that he really possesses some sort of ability? Peak Master Chi Yu of the Wood Peak seized the papers numbered 5 and 6. Since he made Duan Lingtian make a move first, I presume he takes Duan Lingtian to be the strongest trump card of the Wood Peak. This Duan Lingtian seems to have some strength. However, it won't be easy to defeat senior brother Yi. The gazes of the 5 Element sect's disciples landed on Duan Lingtian. They were curious from the bottom of their hearts towards this trump card of the Wood Peak. Although Nangong Chin said that I am no match for you, I still want to give it a try. Nangong Yi, who was confronting Duan Lingtian, finally spoke. The moment he opened his mouth, other than Guo Chong, the sect leader of the 5 Element sect, Nangong Chen, and the few people from Mu Feng, all of them were stunned. Senior Brother Chen said that Senior Brother Yi isn't a match for Duan Lingtian? How is this possible? Many of the Five Elements sect's disciples found it hard to believe. This Duan Lingtian looks much younger than Senior Brother Yi. Can he really defeat Senior Brother Yi? Many of the Five Elements sect's disciples expressed their doubts. Please. Upon hearing Nangong Yi's words, Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged as he nodded his head nonchalantly. The moment Nangong Yi heard this, he responded with a smile before his face tensed up immediately. In the next moment, he stepped out into the air. As he stepped out into the air, the origin energy on his body rumbled and transformed into waves of aqua-blue energy that swept out. The aqua-blue energy wrapped around his body and made him look as though he had transformed into a giant sea beast as he pounced towards Duan Lingtian in a menacing manner. In the sky, 190 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons swept out in an imposing manner. Thousand Illusions. In the face of Nangong Yi who was charging at him menacingly, Duan Lingtian did not dare to be careless at all. His eyes gleamed as he immediately used his strongest technique, the soul skill. An illusory space instantly formed and enveloped the area within a radius of 100 meters. He's coming. Tian Gu, the peak master of Earth Peak, narrowed his eyes as though he had already guessed that this would happen. Boom! After Nangong Yi arrived near Duan Lingtian, he threw out a punch that contained a vast aqua-blue energy. It swept out like a giant sea beast stretching out its giant claw towards Duan Lingtian. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian seemed to have foreseen this. He did not show much speed as he casually moved to the side and avoided Nangong Yi's attack. This scene seemed to have been discussed with Nangong Yi beforehand. Only those who knew about Duan Lingtian's background knew that all of this was caused by the illusory space that Duan Lingtian controlled. That Duan Lingtian has already moved aside. Why is Senior Brother Yi still charging forward and attacking the air? Why do I feel that this scene is somewhat familiar? Before the Battle of the Five Peaks began, didn't something similar happen when Senior Brother Hu Fei from Fire Peak attacked Duan Lingtian? Isn't that an external force? Many people felt that the scene in front of them was very familiar. It was exactly the same as the scene when Hu Fei attacked Duan Lingtian and did not continue to pursue him after his attack missed. It's an external force. Hu Fei, who had regained his consciousness and recovered with the help of Cha Bai, the peak master of Fire Peak, had a change of expression when he saw this scene. Upon hearing this, Cha Bai's eyes lit up immediately. Then, he looked at Guo Chong and said loudly, "Sect leader, this Duan Lingtian used an external force. According to the rules of the Battle of the Five Peaks in our Five Element sect, he should be disqualified from participating in the Battle of the Five Peaks." The moment Cha Bai's words left his mouth, it attracted the attention of many Five Element sect's disciples. Looks like my eyesight is not bad. I can see that Duan Lingtian used an external force. Bah! Isn't it me who reminded you? The scene immediately became lively. Many people thought that Duan Lingtian would be disqualified. At this moment, Duan Lingtian happened to pass by Nangong Yi. He almost brushed past Nangong Yi's rolling aqua-blue energy. A part of the gentle and vast aqua-blue energy entered his body mercilessly. It was the remaining energy of Nangong Yi's all-out attack that was being used by Duan Lingtian. As for the purpose of using it, it was naturally the same as the time when he borrowed Qi Feng's energy to activate the tyrannical medicinal efficacy of the Nirvana pill during the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. This time, Duan Lingtian wanted to use the same trick again. He wanted to borrow Nangong Yi's energy to help him complete the breakthrough. Of course, with his current strength, he did not dare to face Nangong Yi head-on. Otherwise, with Nangong Yi's strength that was equivalent to the strength of 190 ancient horned dragons, he could easily injure him, let alone borrow Nangong Yi's energy to make a breakthrough. If he unleashed his full strength, even if he used the other 3 types of elementary concepts and did not use any spirit weapons, his strength would only be equivalent to the strength of 130 ancient horned dragons. Compared to Nangong Yi's strength, it was not on the same level at all. For this reason, he could only use his wits. He avoided Nangong Yi's attack and brushed past Nangong Yi's attack, allowing the remaining energy of Nangong Yi's attack to enter his body so that he could use it to help him make a breakthrough. Right now, he was only 1 step away from making a breakthrough to the 7th level void interpretation. As long as his cultivation base made a breakthrough to the 7th level void interpretation, his spiritual energy would be elevated to the 8th level void interpretation. At that time, it would not be difficult for him to defeat Nangong Chen. Because Nangong Chen was an inscription master, and their spiritual energy was also at the 7th level void interpretation, his soul skill was useless against Nangong Chen. However, if his spiritual energy could be elevated to the 8th level void interpretation, even if Nangong Yi was an inscription master, he would not be able to shake his spiritual energy and destroy the illusory space that he created with his soul skill. Once Nangong Yi was trapped in his illusory space, he was destined to be a fish on his chopping board. However, imagination was beautiful, reality was cruel. No matter how Duan Lingtian borrowed Nangong Yi's strength, the medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill was still unaffected even when his meridians were on the verge of collapse. Looks like because I used the same method to activate the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill last time, it's already adapted to it this time and no longer has a sense of danger. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. This was the same logic as the story of the boy who cried wolf. Once or twice, he would be able to fool people. However, nobody would be fooled the 3rd time. Sect leader, Duan Lingtian from Wood Peak borrowed external strength. I, Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak, request that he be disqualified from participating in the Battle of the 5 Peaks immediately. When Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak, saw that Guo Chong was indifferent, he raised his voice again. When he reached the end of his sentence, he could not help but feel a little angry when he saw that Guo Chong did not respond at all. Why you can't shield him? Whoosh! The moment Cha Bai's words left his mouth, the entire place burst into an uproar. Most of the people had their eyes on Cha Bai. Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak, openly questioned the sect leader of the 5-element sect for shielding a Wood Peak disciple. Finally, Guo Chong reacted. He glanced at Cha Bai nonchalantly. Peak Master Cha Bai, Duan Lingtian did not borrow any external strength. If you doubt me, you can ask Peak Master Tian Gu if I'm telling the truth. He's an inscription master, so he can definitely confirm whether or not Duan Lingtian borrowed any external strength. When Guo Chong reached the end of his sentence, a hint of impatience could be heard in his tone. Before Cha Bai could ask Tian Gu had already said, "Sect leader is right." Duan Lingtian did not borrow any external strength at all. Right now, he's using his own spiritual energy to cast something similar to a soul skill to create an illusion that can affect Nangong Yi. In fact, even if Tian Gu did not say anything, Cha Bai also realized that Guo Chong must be telling the truth. This was because there was no need for Guo Chong to help Duan Lingtian at all. Right now, Duan Lingtian was fighting with Guo Chang's direct disciple, Nangong Yi. Once Duan Lingtian won, the one who would be at a disadvantage would be Guo Chong, the sect leader of the 5-element sect, who was personally in charge of Gold Peak. Soul skill. The moment Tian Gu's words left his mouth, the crowd burst into an uproar. Isn't that a technique that can only be cast by special demon beasts? Unless a human martial artist is as powerful as Emperor Wu, it's impossible for him to use his spiritual energy to fight against his enemy. Don't tell me that Duan Lingtian is a demon. Many of the 5-element sect's disciples began to discuss among themselves. Duan Lingtian is not a demon. When Tian Gu saw that the group of 5-element sect's disciples were speculating that Duan Lingtian was a demon, he continued to say, according to my guess, Duan Lingtian should be a variant. The technique that he cast is a unique innate ability. Innate ability. The moment Tiangu's words left his mouth, the entire place fell into a dead silence. Innate ability. Variant. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.